being the sheriff, as that is a publicly elected position, but they could remove his certifications and force a new election. Now, according to this one-sided article published by Oregon Live, the mainstream media there in Oregon, Palmer has drawn criticism for his association with the armed militants who took over the wildlife refuge and his meeting with some of the occupation leaders. They quoted the John Day Chief of Police, Richard Gray, in his formal complaint that was filed. "I have great public safety concern when the Grant County Sheriff is allowed to openly meet and be part of this group of lawbreakers." So right there, he's calling them a part of these armed militants that took over this wildlife refuge. And notice all the key words, all the buzzwords being used here to create your perception of this current situation. Now, according to Valerie Luttrell, the emergency communications manager for John Day 911, she's quoted in her complaint saying Glenn Palmer is viewed as a security leak, not only by local law enforcement staff, but by the Oregon State Police and the FBI. Now, it's important to remember why all of this went down in Oregon to begin with. Due to the federal overreach and the land grabbing that's still taking place, that's still going on, the unjust incarceration of the Hammonds. I think no matter who you are and where you stand on this, we can all agree that the Hammonds do not belong in prison for 5 years, federal prison, and that they're not domestic terrorists. They're just normal people, they're ranchers. Now, regardless of how you feel about the whole Oregon standoff situation, we have said from the very beginning that they were going to use this situation to push their agendas, to push their gun control agenda, to demonize the Second Amendment, demonize the Patriot movement, go after the militias, further push their branding of the domestic terrorism catchphrase and buzzwords. And now it appears that they're coming after constitutional sheriffs. Now, the government and the mainstream media would like you to believe that this sheriff is unfit for his position and that they go just short of calling him a domestic terrorist himself. Now, at this point in time, what they're not telling you is that Sheriff Glenn Palmer of Grant County was one of the first sheriffs to stand up against this administration and their unconstitutional gun control laws that they were trying to push so hard after Sandy Hook. Now, he addressed this letter directly to Vice President Joe Biden himself. As you can see, he's been involved in law enforcement for almost 30 years. He was a U.S. military veteran, and he proudly proclaims that he too has taken an oath of office to defend and uphold the Constitution of the state of Oregon as well as the Constitution of the United States, and he takes his duty and responsibility seriously. And the citizens of Grant County have entrusted and empowered him to represent them. Now, he goes on to state he will not tolerate nor will he permit any federal incursion within the exterior boundaries of Grant County, Oregon, where any type of gun control legislation aimed at disarming law-abiding citizens is the goal or objective. We live in a free society, and firearm ownership and right to defend oneself from becoming a victim of a criminal act or from far-reaching government attempting to enact laws are unconstitutional. As Sheriff of Grant County, I too will publicly state I will refuse to participate and stand idly by while people I represent are made into criminals due to your unconstitutional actions. Now, the sheriff's making a stand against this administration's unconstitutional gun control was widely covered by multiple media outlets. But most interestingly enough, most of the coverage of Sheriff Palmer was provided by Oregon Live. But what they're not telling you about is that in 2015, Sheriff Palmer became the subject of national media coverage again in a highly suspicious incident that was never truly solved. Now, in July of 2015, the FBI investigated at least 20 separate letters received by law enforcement agencies across Oregon. After Sheriff Palmer was hospitalized following the exposure to an unidentified white powder in an envelope, Palmer was exposed to an unknown chemical substance after opening a letter delivered to his office specifically, and had been hospitalized and treated after developing a rash caused by this unknown substance. Now, according to the FBI, the suspicious letters sent to the government offices throughout Oregon did not appear to contain any hazardous material. Now, this despite the records showing that Sheriff Palmer's hospitalization and treatment due to reaction from exposure to the substance in the envelope. Palmer was one of 3 who actually suffered physical reaction and a rash from the exposure to the substance and required hospitalization. Now, Palmer said he didn't see any powder or white substance when he opened the letter, but he experienced a metallic taste in his mouth and felt a tingling in his arms. He thought, oh boy, I better get out of here, go to the hospital to get his blood tested. But when he got there, they went full hazmat on him, stripped him down, and hosed them down. I'm going to give you 4 reasons right now why this federal government is going after Sheriff Palmer. In 2013, Sheriff Palmer landed on the very wrong side of the Obama administration and its federal muscles with the unapologetic and highly public stand against the proposed disproportionate measures against the Second Amendment. Okay, there's one. Number 2, Sheriff Palmer was one of the prime targets in a mysterious case of envelopes containing a toxic substance mailed to Oregon law enforcement officers, which were handed over to the FBI for forensic investigation and never saw the light of day. Number 3, Sheriff Palmer has been a strict constitutionalist, a proponent of the separation of powers, pro-local authority versus federal intrusions, with a staunch defender of the sanctity of the Second Amendment, none of which is tolerated by the current federal powers, one enough to land him on the Fed's to be persecuted list. Okay, he is a target just for that alone. Number 4, Sheriff Palmer is now a direct target of the federal government's witch hunt, geared to set an example and destroy the last pockets of resistance and righteousness in the nation of the no longer free. And that's number 4 right there. So not only are they going after the patriots, they're going after the militias, the Second Amendment. They're going to go for those who stand for the Second Amendment here. Those who stand for the Constitution. They're going after sheriffs now. Okay, this is a big turn of events here. They're going after anyone and everyone who stands in their way at this point in time. I'm going to be talking more about this later with the author of this article, Sibel Edmonds, as well as Constitutional Sheriff Richard Mack. I'm going to leave a link over here for CSPOA. You guys can learn a whole lot more about this. The CSPOA assembles sheriffs, peace officers, and citizens who understand the grave implications of our eroding constitutional protections. The time is now.
That was a really good video that Spiro did. I'm glad he made those points out like he did. It is a turning point in our nation, a huge turning point in our nation. We have went from a quote-unquote free nation, you know, free to be able to choose from which one of the 200 cereals on the shelf, to you can't choose whether or not you have GMOs in your cereal. And now we are choosing... well, we're not choosing, but the powers that be are choosing that we are no longer a nation that follows the Constitution and the guidelines. We've lost our 3 branches of government. They've been blurred together. The executive, the legislative, and the administrative forms of government have been blurred together. Now, with a stroke of a pen, Obama is becoming king, and he's far from the first one. I'm not blaming Obama, okay? I'm blaming all of them that I can remember since I've been alive. So, you know, it is a huge turning point. There are fence posts, so to speak, turning points that's happening in this country. This is one of those turning points when they're going after the sheriffs, the actual sheriffs. And this isn't the first time. This is not the first time. There was a sheriff down in Florida that they had went after as well. The Obama administration had went after that sheriff, and I want to say it had something to do with firearms or something like that. Somebody was charged, I want to say, with firearms, and then the sheriff did away with the charges or something. I can't remember exactly, and I forgive me for not knowing the facts there, but it was something along those lines. And that sheriff came under the same fire as what you see the sheriff in Harney County, not Harney County, sorry, Grant County is going under. So I got Jen's mic up, and she's sounding pretty good on it. So how you doing, honey?
Do I have to talk?
Well, that's up to you. You can't handle the headphones, though, huh?
Can't handle the headphones.
Okay, just make sure you keep that. There you go, right there on the mic.
How's everybody doing tonight?
You're sounding just right. It's just the right levels. It takes a little getting used to using one of these microphones. It's not like the other microphones where you could hear somebody across the room. Let me bring up that other video real quick for you guys. Janet answered you, by the way, babe.
Oh, I'm doing pretty good today, Janet. Good to see ya. Sing, see? Everybody always wants me to sing. I can't sing.
Let me throw on Richard Guz real quick and play his video. I've been anxious to hear that, but that video I was wanting to hear from Spiro was definitely a good one. I'm sure this is going to be a good one as well.
How you doing, folks? Oh man, what a day! I just got back. We had that rally up for Steve Page up in Dover, New Hampshire. Man, it was pretty cool. It was my first one, and I got to tell you, man, I met some great people up there, and I'm touched by about what you people said about me. I really am touched. You know, on the way home, I'm listening to Led Zeppelin, man. I'm banging out, man, in the car coming home, and I started thinking. You know, one way, first off, I mean, you know, we had support today. In 2 days, we got support, and look what we did in 2 days, okay? I mean, some people out there may go, you only had 10, 12 people out there, ooh, you know, but you know what? That was 10 or 12 people that all felt like most of us, okay? What I'm trying to get at is, you know, we all have friends in our states. Here's my little thing, and if I'm wrong, add to it, tell me, okay? But here's my idea, okay? YouTube, being a social platform, I think is a way to use what they are trying to make us, you know, kind of go crazy with, actually use this to our advantage. And what I mean is, if we had a network of patriots, that, like we've been talking about, okay? Well, one way to network each other is we all have friends, and we could walk up to him and say, hey, you know, hey, Brian, for instance, if your buddies, I got a friend named Brian, he's into this, you know, I say, Brian, listen, I'm doing this YouTube thing, and I think you ought to get on YouTube, make yourself up a name, and my state will then have X amount of people on YouTube that all believe like I do. They're constitutional people. They care about this country. They see the government the way it is. They see that we can no longer get answers or get ourselves heard. We have no way to get ourselves heard unless we come out and start doing what we're doing right now. So that if the state of Connecticut, for instance, had, let's say, you know, say I had 50 to 100 YouTube subscribers all in my little network. We're all in together. And all of you out there will also be, because you'll be subbing these guys, okay? But now they're all in my state. So now you got like James D out in California, okay? So James D, he has 50 or 60 patriots, okay? And each county, each town within that state or whatever. And we spider off like that, okay? So let's say Connecticut wants to have a rally. There's something crazy. We're going to have a rally. We want to do what we did in Dover, New Hampshire, and Connecticut. Well, then we go to YouTube and we get in our network and we say, hey, on this day, guys, we need all the support we can get. So we all need to get on YouTube, and for like a month, we hit it with each other, okay? So now those 50 people that work in my state of Connecticut, I know they're guaranteed. They're going to show up there. But now, you know, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, you know what I'm saying? If you have 50 or 60 YouTubers down there, you know what? If everybody could take the drive and take care of each other's states and help each other out, now we got numbers. Now we have a mass of people that can show up to these things. We can get 300, 400, 500 people to show up at events, and then that would really make a difference. But that, yeah, you know what I'm trying to get at, guys? I'm trying to say that we can use YouTube almost like, you know, a way of organizing each other. We all sub each, like we're doing now. I mean, ever since Oregon, we're all coming out, we're making videos, and we're talking to each other because no one else wants to listen to us, okay? We're called anti-government, we're called radicals, we're called right-wing extremists. You know, they're calling us every name in a book. I'm just a fucking American, excuse my French, but that's all I am, man. And yes, I would die for this country. I see what's happening, you see what's happening, and I think that we got to desperately do something. And you know what? No one's coming up with any ideas. So to me, if we can get a YouTube network and we'll put an alert out and we'll try to build on this thing. James D out in California, I talked to you about that. I don't know if this makes any sense to anyone. It makes sense to me. Okay, maybe it's not making sense. Maybe I'm just a dumbass, man. Just grasping at something. But I really care about this country, and I met some great people today. Commander Randy, you were awesome. Steve, it was such a pleasure, man, standing shoulder to shoulder with you, man. With your AR that you built, man. I got to hold that AR all day, man. That was awesome, bro. I just want to thank you all, man. You all touched me, and you all given me a drive, man. I ain't quitting. I refuse to quit, and if you people in the government want to call me like anti-government and I'm this or that, go right ahead, man. I love this country, and you should be ashamed of yourselves for not loving it too. I mean, to take orders like you are from these evil people that are running our country is just pathetic. Come on now. There's a lot of good policemen out there, and if we had all you sheriffs out there, if all you sheriffs that are constitutional and are complaining amongst a couple little things and going on that mainstream media saying this, that, and yeah, why don't you do something real? Why don't you call a meeting of the sheriffs, okay, and start supporting us patriots and help us in our stance here? I mean, these people have to be taken out, man. They gotta go, man. This shit is just out of control, bro. Sisters, brothers, I hope you're getting what I'm saying. So anyways, that's my idea, man. If you think it's a good idea, let's start working on this. Let's talk about it, okay? All right? Everybody's got a cell phone with a video camera, man. Fucking put YouTube on there and hit it up, man, and let's start talking, okay? Let's start a YouTube gang or something, We'll call it the Patriot Network or something. I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, I'm tired, man. You can probably see that. I mean, I got up at 5 o'clock, drove over 3 hours to get up there, drove 3 hours to get back home. Met some great people. And thank you, man. All right? God bless America, man. I love you all.
That guy's awesome. I really love his message and the way he presents it. Most of the time he doesn't use language in it, but he left a couple F words fly there. And that's okay. I respect passion, and I like passion. I just try not to. I try not to have the language over myself anyway. Not to say I'm a goody two shoes around the house, because I'm definitely not. Wow. I left him a message there. By the way, you probably seen that. Sorry about that. I don't know, I just try to keep it as clean as possible. Anyway, I left him a message, and I told him that I would love to have him as a guest sometime. I really love his message, the way he brings it. He is truly a good model for the way that we the people should be. And I'm glad he got to go to his first rally today. So Pete, and I know everybody's going, oh, Pete. Nah, Pete's all right. I think Pete's all right. Everybody's got their right to their opinion, but I think he's all right. But he had the e-militia. Rich was talking about Patriot Network. Well, I kind of consider all of you guys the digital militia. So if you would like, that's what we'll refer to ourselves as, the digital militia. So anyway, let me take a peek-see and look around and see. I'm like staring off into space looking at oh yeah, this was the other one I wanted to share. This guy always does awesome videos. His name is Reed Henricks, and last I knew, I'm sure they're still together. He was actually dating the Patriot nurse, and that's how I know about Reed, is because of his appearance on some of her videos, and then I subsequently I think I subscribed to him, but I'm not seeing his videos come up. Maybe I did that on the other account that I had. But anyway, here's Reed Hendricks, and he's got a 12-minute video. I swear I'm here. Hang on a minute. Let me. I'm sharing from Shuff's page, which is fine, but I can't subscribe him from Shuff's page because I'm not seeing his videos come up. Yeah. I don't know if you guys have ever had it or not, but it seems like some of my subscriptions disappear sometimes. It's weird. I know I subscribe to this guy because I really like his message and how he brings it as well. So here he is. This is Reed Hendricks. He's from Valor Ridge, as you can see there. He does some training and stuff for people that take his course. So without further ado, I'll play this guy.
Hey everyone, Reed Hendricks with Valor Ridge, and what we're going to talk about in this video today is how to correct the overstepping of boundaries by the federal government of the United States when it comes to power. If you read our Declaration of Independence, it says that when a government becomes destructive to your life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, that it is your right or even your duty to alter or abolish that. Preferably we could alter that, and using the altering process that's provided to us under our supreme document in this country, the Constitution, we can amend the Constitution. In this case, we're going to talk about using the Constitution to save itself. And the method that I'm going to talk about is what's known as a Convention of States. So what is the Convention of States? Well, under Article 5 of the Constitution, it is when 2/3 of the state legislatures, not federal, when 2/3 of the state legislatures in this country convene to vote on proposed amendments that are already predetermined. So that would equate to 34 state legislatures that have already chosen to do so. Once there are 34 state legislatures that have voted in favor of the Convention of States, that's when they go and they debate and talk about already pre-existing amendments to the Constitution that they're wanting to propose. So how will this check the federal government? Because as of right now, the predetermined amendments that are going to be proposed at these Convention of States are as follows. 1, prohibit Congress from regulating activity that occurs wholly in one state. So if all of your business takes place in one state and doesn't cross state lines, why would the federal government have any business in there to begin with? That's not in their powers that are expressed in the Constitution. Once again, overstep. This corrects it. The second point that is already predetermined is that it would require Congress to balance its budget. Every year we hear about how there's a deficit, $1 trillion, $1.5 trillion, and you wonder how we're $19 trillion in debt as of 2016. Well, because Congress hasn't been required to balance its budget, that's how. This amendment would require Congress to balance its budget so that we don't continue to go further and further into debt, which basically enslaves our children and grandkids. The third amendment that's proposed in the Convention of States that will be voted on is to prohibit administrative agencies from creating federal law. For example, you gun owners out there, the ATF with its regulations, it just changes its mind back and forth like a ping pong match. One day it's okay, the other day it's not okay. The people in the EPA, you coal miners out there in Appalachia and Kentucky and West Virginia and Tennessee, no more mining, no more coal, and they're not even making it a law. It's just a regulation. Another amendment that's absolutely vital to restoring balance on the checks and balances is that it will allow for 2/3 of state legislatures to overrule a Supreme Court decision. For example, Heller versus DC about the individual right to bear arms. That was a 5-4 decision. Can you imagine had that gone the other way to a 4-5 where now the individual right to keep and bear arms is no longer valid? Yeah, good luck with that one. 2/3 of the state would easily overrule that. Think about the concept, guys. Checks and balances. The judicial branch, the Supreme Court, is not the be-all, tell-all of power. It was never designed to be that way. I'm sorry, but your rights are not dependent upon lifetime appointed government lawyers with tenure forever. That's not called a constitutional republic. This, once again, allows for the reining in of rogue branches of government. And I think it'd be very wise of you to consider the fact that the legislature should check the judiciary and vice versa. Another amendment that is going to be proposed during the Convention of States is that it would require a 7-justice supermajority vote for U.S. Supreme Court decisions that invalidate a constitutionally Republican enacted law. In other words, Congress. If Congress passes a law by its people, it would require 7 justices to overturn that if they thought it was unconstitutional. So once again, no more 5-4 decisions, no more of that stuff. All right, no more of that. And this becomes increasingly important given that Justice Scalia just died, one of the most constitutional-minded guys that there was. If you consider that and you contrast him with someone like Elena Kagan, who's never been a judge before, her opinion was just as valid as his. Yeah, I don't think so. Let's start requiring consensus at the Supreme Court if they're going to invalidate laws. This next amendment, folks, that's being proposed to the Convention of States is, in my opinion, the most vital and important one out of all the bunch, because this would save our republic. This would save us and check the federal government, and that is that this amendment would limit the federal government to the expressly stated powers in Article 1, Section 8. For all of you out there that followed Ron Paul, for all you guys out there that have read the Federalist Papers, for all of you guys out there that know that the Constitution was to be strictly interpreted, this is your amendment that you're going to want to do. This would limit the federal government to those 18 specific powers that are limited in Article 1, Section 8. No more overreach. No more stepping inside state boundaries. No more getting into your personal lives. This would restore state sovereignty by itself. This is by far the most important one. And this is one of those amendments, the most important amendment, that is going to rein in the federal government at the Convention of States. An 8th proposed amendment in the Convention of States is that it would give state officials the power to sue in court when the federal government oversteps its boundaries. How do you like that one? When the federal government oversteps, states have the power to sue in court and actually have a chance to win. You know, as of right now, you can't sue the federal government unless it allows you to sue it. Boy, how'd you like to play poker under those rules? I'll tell you guys, this one's important as well. Once again, stops overzealous bureaucrats from getting into your lives, stops that overreach. And last but not least, this allows for a 2/3 of the state vote that can override a federal law or legislation. How do you like that one? Or 2/3 of the states don't like a federal law, they can use nullification, going back to John Calhoun. What this in effect does, guys, is bring the nullification doctrine, which was upheld by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison and the Virginia and Kentucky resolutions, the ones that you don't hear about, but if you go read those, you'll find that it's right there. And I think this is a very important thing. The concept of nullification restores the power of the states' rights. It reins in the federal government again. So at this point, I'm sure you all have a lot of questions about this, and I'm sure that a lot of you are thinking to yourself right now, well, what if it's a runaway convention? What if the convention votes to repeal the Second Amendment? What if the convention votes to repeal the Fourth Amendment? What if the convention does it? That's not how this works. The Convention of States meets only after an exact predetermined set of amendments are met. You can't just go to the convention and then make stuff up. And by the way, that would require 38 states to vote in favor of that. If we've gotten to that point where 3/4 of them would vote to repeal the Second Amendment and the Fourth and all on down the Bill of Rights, guys, I got news for you. The federal government's already doing that as we speak. So the alternative is doing nothing. This provides a truly constitutional republic method, as stated in Article 5, in order to do this. There's not a danger of a runaway convention. It can't meet unless all the states agree to those points that I talked about right there. They can't just go there and say, okay, we're going to do away with free speech today. The convention would be over. All the delegates walk out. Okay, another benefit to the convention, if you have a question, would be, well, what about states like California with massive populations, or New York State with a massive population? I live in Wyoming. I live in, Delaware, a small state. Here's the cool thing about it. The convention is not dependent upon population. Each state gets one vote. So in other words, California's vote matters the exact same as Wyoming's. One state, one vote. And here's what's cool about it. It doesn't matter how many people live in that state. So if you think all of the states across this country, the ones that are horrifyingly oppressive, their votes get washed away with states that are not. Another question we get is, how does a state pass this? Well, they pass the Convention of States the same way that they do any other law. It has to pass the state house, it has to pass the state senate, a governor has to do it. Tennessee recently did it. We're one of 5 states that recently passed this. So what can you do to help bring this about? Well, I've got links in the description box below. All you've got to do is type in where you live, and it'll bring out your state representative, and it'll give you a link to contact them. Get involved with this process, guys. I can tell you, I contacted my representatives, my state senators. They did it. They voted in favor of it. Tennessee has just passed a convention of states. All right, our application is done, finalized. We're in there. There are so many states that are this close to doing this. And for all you guys out there that are worried and concerned about the overreach of the federal government, this is the last peaceable means of doing so. Without this, if you think the election is going to matter, the federal government's not going to check itself. It never has. It never will. If you think going out and kicking stuff off is going to do it, I got news for you. We still have a peaceable means to do this left. All right? This will take a long time. It will take at least a year, if not 2 years, to do this. But what is the future for your children and your grandchildren and even yourself worth to you? Are we going to be viewed as the generation that let these rights sweep away into the dustbin of history? Or are we going to be seen as the people that used the genius method of Article 5 that our founders put in the Constitution for this very purpose, the one that Thomas Jefferson said should be used to correct breaches of the Constitution? If you're a Republican, a Democrat, or an independent, there is no doubt, doesn't matter who's in the White House, that I think it is safe to assume we can all agree that there have been serious and wanton breaches of the Constitution by the executive branch, the judiciary branch, and the legislative branch of government. I ask you to take all of your party politics aside. Stop worshiping the cult of personality and power, and get back into your God-given rights and get right back into your inherent rights as a human being living in this country, and let's seriously rein in the federal government to where it was originally designed to be, limited to those 18 powers in Article 1, Section 8. Please share this video. Please do more research into the Convention of States and get involved. I am entreating and imploring each and every one of you to do so. The future is very bleak if we sit by and do nothing. The future is indeed very bleak for the freedom of all mankind if we sit back and do nothing. If you're like me, it hurts waking up every single day realizing that you're less free than you were the day before. And if you're like me, every single time you see a stupid judge decision that limits your freedom and expands government, then it hurts. This is the last peaceable method to do away with all of that and rein in the federal government of the United States. This is the last method that we have. I would highly encourage that you choose to use this method. That's why it was given to us. If you found the information in this video helpful, subscribe to the channel, follow me on Facebook. That link is down below. Get involved with this Convention of States, folks. I'm telling you this right now. I've researched this for a very long time, and I have found this to be the only way to ensure that this overreach ceases. This is Reed Hendricks of Valor Ridge reminding you, the lessons that we learn are written on the tombstones of others. We'll see you on the ridge.
Once again, that was Reed Hendricks. I think he does a super job at what he does. You might want to subscribe to him. Let me get you a link so you can do that. Give me just a second here and I will get that. The link, I'm working on getting the actual link. Here we go. The link to his channel, to Reed Hendricks' channel, is in the chat right now. Well, maybe if I can get it to post in there. Alright, that's the link to Reed Hendricks' channel. Does a great job. If you like what Patriot Nurse does, you'll love what he does as well. He does it more from a tactical and a legal standpoint, to where she comes from a medical standpoint. It's a great couple of accounts to be subscribed to, is the Patriot Nurse and Reed Hendricks. So what do you guys think? Do you think once it's carried on to this next level, that the convention of these states, do you think that at that point the federal government will start going after those involved in the convention? Do you think that they'll start going after those individuals? I sure do. I think they're going to go after anybody and everybody that they can in order to silence this, this movement. People are tired of being put under a thumb. We aren't doing anything wrong. If our sons and our daughters go out and have a lemonade stand, they're not doing anything wrong. They're just not. They want to sell cupcakes off their sidewalk in front of their home. They should be allowed to do that. They should be encouraged to do that. That's the strange thing in this country, that the children are being encouraged to do things differently now than what they did, say, in the 70s or the 80s. Even back further than that. Kids were encouraged to think for themselves, to do for themselves. Now, they're just encouraged to let the government do for them. They're just encouraged to think inside of the box, not outside of the box, just within the inside of their box that they dictate. Well, I'm glad that there's children out there. I'm glad there's young adults out there like Victoria Sharp that are thinking for themselves, that are speaking for themselves. We need to get back to that. We need to raise our children that way. I mentioned the other day, about a document that I got from Child Services, and about how it mentions on there how I watched Alex Jones and this and that and the other thing. Well, another thing that they have on that document is that I taught my children to question authority. Well, at one time, we were all taught to question authority. That doesn't mean that you just go against anything that anybody says. That means if somebody tells you something that isn't right, you have the right and the duty to question it. And that was used against me because they don't want our children thinking for themselves. We're not supposed to let our children play outside anymore. When they do play outside, we're not supposed to let them run around with a water gun and squirt each other. Why? Because guns are evil. It's crazy. Got to stop. We have to start teaching our children again and stop relying on the state to do the job, because the state stepped in to do the job with an agenda at hand. We need to block that agenda. And it starts in our own homes with our own children. What are your thoughts on that, babe?
I'll write it neck level.
Well, I know you share some of the same, thoughts and feelings on that kind of stuff. I mean, you get it. You'll get used to it, babe.
Never.
I probably need to pull your gate down a little bit now that I turn the speakers down. There you go. That way it'll kick on quicker when you speak. When you spoke to speak into the mic. He loves my language. Here I am pulling speakers off of the table here.
He's not touching my feet. I don't like to have my feet touched.
Oh, let me see if anybody else has released anything earth-shattering. I thought that by Reed Hendricks was pretty awesome, too. Well, Shuff had posted a video by James D., and I don't know if James D. has posted that video today. But Shuff's on it. I mean, he is on it. Really awesome to see somebody that's that quick on re-releasing stuff.
I told you Noah tortured me with his socks. He tried to touch my face and I squealed and he made him laugh harder.
What is the deal with that? Okay, because I know that I was subscribed to James D as well. I see no James D on my list. Doesn't exist. Wow. See, for a long time I've seen people post stuff about, losing subscriptions to different channels and all that stuff. And I kind of, I hear a lot of stuff and I hold it kind of loosely because, there's a lot of people that say a lot of things. And a lot of people are kind of paranoid with some of it. And believe me, I'm a paranoid kind of fellow. But, I thought, well, that's interesting because now James D is no longer on my list. Neither was Reed Hendricks. And I know for a fact that I was subscribed to them. In fact, I'm going to have to find the link for that. That's crazy. So I'm going to bring Shuff's copy of it over and play it. It's James D indeed, but it's titled Oregon America Call for Help from Mike Emery and Important Raleigh Info for March 5th. I didn't know Mike was in any trouble. So let's see what's going on.
What's up, YouTube? This is James D here, JD from Frisco. I got a important call for help for Michael Emery. Michael Emery is out there on the ground in Burns, Oregon. He's an independent reporter, independent type journalist, and he needs help. He is without a vehicle at this moment. And if anyone in that area, any patriots, any patriots in that area, if you guys can help this man out, he's been doing a lot of good work out there. And like I said, he's on the ground there in Burns, and he was using Jessica's vehicle, Lavoie's niece's vehicle. He had her van for a while, but her car broke down, so she needed her van back because that's the only transportation she has. So Michael Emery is without a vehicle out there in Burns. If anybody can help him out, it would be much appreciated. Also, Citizens for Constitutional Freedom, their Facebook page, they posted a call to action basically for March 5th. There is a national rally going on March 5th, and it is a state-by-state rally. 40 states so far are involved, so this is a big thing. A lot of people are involved in this. Go check this Facebook. I'm going to put a link down in the description box, and I'll put as much info about that as I can on each state or whatnot. And those that have access to Facebook can go check that info out and be a part of this. And man, this thing is catching fire, guys. I knew it would, and I'm glad, and I hope everyone participates. All patriots participate in this. And if you're not a patriot, if you do not consider yourself a patriot, you should become one. This is your country too, and what we're doing here is for the benefit of all of us. And with that, I'm going to get this posted, and I'm signing off. This is James D from Frisco. Peace out, everyone.
Yeah, I have to figure out what's going on, why I'm not subbed to him, unless maybe he lost his channel or something. I was trying to keep up with chat. I moved my screens around again so that Jen could see my screen. And now it's harder for me to see. Oh, I know what I'll do with that. Well, that might work. I just got a second screen going, and now I've got that thing filled up too much, it seems. I would like to have a wall of screens if I could. Howdy, Memento. Hope you've been well. Haven't seen you in a little while.
Memento, what's up?
I was just looking at, still trying to figure out what happened to these channels. That's just got me. Wow. The Centurion report had released a video, well, it shows like 2 hours ago, from a dash cam video. Meridian Police. I'm not sure where that is in the country, where Meridian is, but anyway, this ought to be kind of interesting. Again, this is the Centurion report. You see him in the room chatting with us.
143, over. You just advised that there. Roger. Over what? Ron Archibald, right between Merle and Yale Street.
Yeah, Memento, it's been a little crazy in the chat lately.
Yeah, I know. Fucking asshole. I think we ought to just fucking pop him. I think we should just pop him. No!
He's fine. He just wants to ride to the hospital.
Yeah, I know. Fucking douchebag.
Just be ashamed of yourself, you know that?
I know. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? I got fucking pepper spray this fucking...
Alright, we got pepper spray him to get him up?
Yeah.
Alright, spray. We got spray? Get the spray.
Oh!
Yeah, oh yeah, now you want to wake up. Come on, get up.
Yeah, get up, Bagley. Get up.
Come on, you start.
Get out of the fucking road.
Come on. Get out of the road. Get up and get out of the road. You're
No,
walking
get
just fine.
up. Get up.
433, Hunter's dispatch has been advised.
Don't fall asleep on the road. Let's go. Get up and get out of the road. I'm not going to drag you out of the road.
Stand up.
And walk over to that and sit on the curb over there. Get out the fuck out of the middle of the road.
You were walking just fine. You're not fooling anybody. It doesn't.
Crawl if you have to.
We ought to just put him in a car and drop him off at the door.
Drop him off the gas.
Bring him inside.
Take a left. Go straight that way. There you go.
You gotta stop doing this. Dude, really?
Dude,
You don't even look drunk.
I know, you don't even smell it that bad. There you go. You can land right there. It's
Have
just...
the award for this one. Come over there.
Yep.
Sit over there.
Yep. Have a seat.
No, don't. All right.
Yeah, that's good right there. Fucking mooch. My place is fucking smoking.
I didn't hope.
Wow, that's pretty crazy. I know people get frustrated and stuff like that when dealing with a repeat offender, and I'm sure that's what a lot of that animosity came from. That gives no right for somebody with a badge to speak like that about an individual. We ought to just effing pop them. Wow. So, Memento, one thing you'll understand about this fight, and I call it the good fight, is that the harder you fight and the stronger you fight and the more you do in the fight, the harder and stronger that others will come against you. And it's for a couple of different reasons. For one, you have evil in and of itself that comes against you. And the other reason is because there are people that aren't brave enough to stand up like you. And so they will try and stop you from standing up. in any way they can. And that's been a lot of my life. I've had to deal with stuff like that. So, but I've learned, I guess, whether it's being called calloused or whether it's, I don't know, just learning to accept the way things are and understand that the Bible says specifically what time we are in. And so now I take it with a smile most of the time. But anyway, I think my chat must have stopped. Oh, there it goes.
I don't know. What the? Can do it.
Wow, that is crazy. Some of my chat stopped for a little bit because Jen had replied to Memento and told her what she did, and I am missing a large chunk of chat. Is that freaky or what? Wow. I'm not a crazy paranoid guy. Trust me, I wouldn't be saying this stuff if I wasn't looking at it.
Why would they give a crap? I'm going to see Blue October.
No, it's not that. It's not the. I don't think it's a conspiracy against you saying Blue October.
Nobody's gonna stop me.
They conspired against me, so I couldn't go to the concert. They hit all my crutch tips.
That's
Well, I just started having these issues that I noticed today, actually, and it's strange. Nah, I think it's the fact that there's actually two chats running. If I probably need to close this one out and pop out the current one on the page. That's probably all it is, to be honest. Probably something to do with what they call API calls. And sometimes running two monitors doesn't help. Oh. And it picked up just at the right time.
great.
She's gonna sing.
No, I'm not.
La 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 la.
No,
What? There's nothing wrong with the Smurfs tune.
that was if the Smurfs were drunk. That wasn't the exact tune. What's up, Alec?in?
Smurfs lead, or I should say hashtag Smurfs lead love too. Oops, I forgot I got something on the stove. I know this because now I smell it.
Oh my god, he now tripped. Do you like that, Bella? Don't encourage him, Bella. One of my former coworkers at the place I used to work, he would always say he didn't have Twitter or Facebook, any of that stuff, and we would get together for a meal, and he would always say hashtag delicious without fail. You gonna make us get on camera? Oh my goodness. I think so. Nothing got burnt on the stove, Bella. It just got well done. Well heated, I should say. And it's our favorite ham and beans. I can't remember who it is that jokes about it with us all the time. Yes, it is, Vorp. We love it.
Oops.
I thought you were getting ready to talk about donuts, Vorp. I still have donuts on the brain, even though I had donuts a couple days ago. Are you gonna make them like my face? Rage, why'd you have to do that? I did have a donut the other day, though, so it's not quite as bad as it has been.
Sorry, I'm here. I'm just moving the camera around, trying to get the camera positioned right, and then after we finish eating, we'll go up on cam. I gotta fix saturation issues and stuff.
Bella, why'd you have to mention Oreos? I just saw that. Oreos are my crack. I don't think I've ever met a dog that didn't like hot dogs. There will not be any photographic evidence of me murdering a container of Oreos. Not gonna happen. I might eat a hot dog every once in a while, but I can't. I can't. No. Maybe. And I don't even go to baseball games, so I can't get a. No, not gonna happen. Now, Bella, there used to be a. Well, I can't remember where it was. There used to be a restaurant that you would bring your own food and whatever it was, they would deep fry it. That, I don't know if I ever. I don't think I tried deep fried Oreos before, but I would try them. Butterfinger Reese's, come on, they're awesome. They are like the best warp. I got everybody hooked on them at the office. I don't know about Twinkies, Bella. I don't hardly eat them not fried, but I don't know. I might try one fried. You guys always make me hungry.
Alrighty, sorry about that. Had to run and grab dinner off the stove. Let's see if I can find something to bring up while we munch real quick. I think that was 3 days those beans lasted, wasn't it, dear, or was it 2? Wow, that's awesome. Apparently, Rich Guz has just let me know that he's ready anytime. We want to have him on, so we'll have to get that set up really, really soon. I really like what he's got to say, and like I said, how he has, how he says it, how he presents himself. The words that come out of his mouth are extremely accurate. He just does a great job. He really does. Let me refresh here and see if there's...
I'm trying to remember the word that he said that reminded me of New Hampshire.
Who?
On the video you just played, I think it was.
Oh. Trying to find something that's got a little bit of time to it. That way we can finish eating and get back up and doing what we do. This might be good. Shuff had shared this one earlier. I mean, he's just on it. He shares so many good videos from so many different sources. All right, so this is I forgot how it's titled. Give me a second and I'll let you know. This is, again, it can be seen on Shuff1111 on his channel. And it is titled, An Obscure and Sinister Agenda Involving the Native Americans.
It's my pleasure to introduce to you Ms. Elaine Willman, Master's in Public Administration, author of Going to Pieces, The Dismantling of the United States of America. First came out in 2005. This book reports on first-person visits and experiences of, wait for it, tribal members and citizens residing on or near 17 Indian reservations during her extensive road trip across the country from Washington State to New York State. Subsequent to her 2-year attendance at Ventura College of Law, she received a master's degree in public administration from Cal State University in 91, has obtained 96 credits toward her doctoral work in public policy. Having lived in the western states for over 30 years and within 2 Indian reservations for more than 20 years, Willman has extensive knowledge about federal Indian policy, land use status within Indian reservations, dual jurisdiction, and constitutional conflicts that impact the rights and lives of tribal members as well as other American citizens. Her mother and grandmother were enrolled Cherokee members. Her spouse is of Shoshone ancestry and is a direct descendant of Sacagawea. I think I've got that right, maybe not. She served as National Chair of Citizens Equal Rights Alliance from 2001 to 07 and remains an active SARA board member, that's CERA. Ms. Willman has blended her local land use and strategic planning expertise with federal Indian policy to inform and engage counties, towns, and citizens that are co-located within or near federally recognized Indian reservations. From 08 to 15, that's 2015, Ms. Willman served the Village of Hobart, Wisconsin as their Director of Community Development and Tribal Affairs. Hobart, incorporated in 1908, after the Oneida tribe of Indian reservations was fully allotted, is entirely co-located within the historical boundaries of this former reservation. Now, this is something we haven't talked about on this program ever, but I think this is going to yield some really good things. Last year, Ms. Willman moved to the Flathead Indian Reservation to assist farmers and cattlemen, landowners, and irrigators that have had their access to water taken over by a tribal government. So, in other words, we have tribal government expansion supplanting state authorities over lands, landowners, and citizens. And nobody seems to know a thing about it. But Elaine does, and welcome to the program. It's good to have you with us. This is something that, if you'll excuse the expression, really came out of left field. I was reading this and I thought, what? The only thing we ever hear about the Native Americans is they're heavily invested into the gambling business, and you can go up to Thackerville, just across the Texas-Oklahoma line, and see some great shows at some of their casinos. But other than that, I mean, I don't remember the last time anybody remembered a reservation. I can't believe we can even say Indian reservation anymore anyway. So that's a long-winded intro, Elaine, but I'm glad you're with us. How are you?
I'm fine, John, and I really loved your intro because your impression and your experience with Indian reservations is the same as probably most Americans. They have this dancing with wolves impression of Indian reservations, or they think, as you said, about the tribal casinos. And that's why it's such a pleasure to be on your show. I want to talk and put as much as I can in the sunshine, because federal Indian policy, our government decisions, has nothing to do with tribal members and culture. My respect for tribal member and culture. These are government decisions that are affecting every American taxpayer, and certainly millions of Americans that are not tribal members that live on Indian reservations. Most folks think that there are reservations out there with teepees, and they sit in some big vacuum, and they have no idea that every single reservation in the United States is co-located within counties, towns, cities, some very big urban areas on the Washington coast, Oregon coast, California. So we have a dual jurisdiction problem, and it is a completely federally subsidized problem. There are 566 tribal governments, each of whom receives annual funding for their housing, their education, their tribal courts, their law enforcement, their health. All basic services are funded by American taxpayers times 566 every year.
Good grief.
Yeah.
Only
So when you do the-
566 individual tribal governments.
Yes, and the former commissioner of the Bureau of Indian Affairs is trying to collapse the recognition criteria for tribes because there are 400 more lined up wanting their federal recognition for their casinos and their federal taxpayer subsidies. This is an enormous, enormous debt on the American taxpayer that nobody knows about. I had the experience of being at a national conference 5-6 years ago, and a fellow named George Scabine, who was the go-to guy at the Bureau of Indian Affairs, George gave a lovely keynote address, marveling at the majesty of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and then he opened it up for Q&A, and one of the folks in the audience said, Mr. Scabine, has the Bureau of Indian Affairs ever audited all the money that comes from 29 federal agencies out to 566 tribes? Has that ever been audited at all? And he said, well, we tried once, but we can't do that. We just can't do that. And the second follow-up question was, don't you think it's a good idea that the taxpayers know how many dollars come out from 29 federal agencies every year to 566 tribal governments? And he says, no, I don't think that's necessary. So this is the best kept secret, and it is absolutely off limits to mainstream media. Mainstream media is controlled by casino advertising, by political correctness. If you discuss out loud what's really happening on these Indian reservations, you're a racist. If tribal members, if they disagree with a tribal government decision, they are punished. It's just an amazing tapestry across this country that is now being spread. And the reason this is so critical, John, and especially in 2016, is because of recent policy actions under the Obama administration. Now, Mr. Obama did not create this stuff. It was on a good roll for many decades, but he has added steroids to it. He's bringing in and encouraging and now facilitating the merging of domestic tribal cultures with Middle Eastern tribal cultures. And I'll address that a little later on, but I think for your listeners, and I think it's important to understand a couple of things. First, I'm only speaking for myself. I want to make that really clear. I'm affiliated with many organizations, and as you said, I'm the author of Going to Pieces. But I'm going to give you my experience over 25 years. I lived on the Yakima Reservation for 16 years, the former Oneida Reservation for 8 years, and now I'm out here in the middle of a huge problem on the Flathead Indian Reservation in western Montana. I think that if I can take just a few minutes to kind of run through history, we're a very young country. We're a very young country, and we have learned by skinning our knees. We've done a lot of things wrong, and we've done a lot of things right. We originally had our little 13 colonies. Within those 13 colonies, there was no federal government and no federal lands when we became the United States, and we consisted of 13 colonies. The Indian reservations in those 13 colonies were state reservations controlled by the state. As the country is getting settled and the East Coast is filling up and the Louisiana Purchase is acquired in 1803, Congress, for whatever reasons it determined, decided that the Indians needed to be moved west of the Mississippi, and that was the 1830 Indian Removal Act, moving the Indian tribes and Indians west of the Mississippi. The year of 1855, first I'd like folks to kind of visualize, if they can, and as they're listening, what the country looked like in 1855. We had several states on the eastern side of the country formed up, and we had a lot of federal territory, the Louisiana Purchase and all the way out to California, a lot of federal territory in 1855, and a few states had been formed up. But this year of 1855, I want to talk about that because American mindset bears such shame and guilt. And of course, the shame and guilt is marketed. It's really, really marketed. We're supposed to be shamed for the rest of our life in perpetuity, by golly.
Yeah.
And I've never understood how we as American citizens can be so absolutely proud of our country, but have such a low self-esteem that we just take on guilt, false guilt.
Well,
And it
that's what
gets
got Obama
slathered
in
on
office to start with, Elaine.
with this process. I'm sure you get that.
Oh yeah,
You
that's
know,
that's why
an example.
that's why
Yeah.
Obama's in office. Is guilt.
Absolutely. The guilt and shame and the divisiveness, it has never been worse than it is right now.
Hold your thought and let me get a sense of scale here.
Sure.
How many Native Americans do we reckon there are in the continental, just the continental United States? We can do all 50 states if you want, but I mean, what
2%.
what size is the group anyway?
Well, this is why this is such an amazing hoax. 2%. I think we're 330 million or 323 million Americans, people in the country. 2% are American Indians.
Okay.
And out of those 2%, 3 out of 4 American Indians left the reservation. They're not there. There's only 1 out of 4 that are enrolled tribal members among these 566 tribal governments. Very small enrollment numbers. Can you imagine this money for a fraction of 2% of our census?
How much money?
Nobody knows, John. Nobody knows. We have tried to find out. Originally, prior to a Clinton executive order, funding only came from the Bureau of Indian Affairs. But Clinton created an executive order, 13175, during the Clinton administration, requiring all federal agencies to have a tribal office and to perpetually consult with Indian tribes for anything the federal government was doing within in or near Indian reservations, and to include these Indian tribal reservation needs in their federal budgets, all 29 of them. Clinton's the one that blew it up to not just funding from the BIA, but now you have, for example, from the Department of Transportation, you have the Indian Reservation Roads Program. When they don't have any roads, they're all state and county roads. But we have an Indian Reservation Roads Program that pushes billions out for Indian roads. And as I said, there are almost no Indian roads, but they get big money for Indian roads on county and state and local roads. And it's not necessarily merged with, it's not fixing county and state roads, but they got the money.
And you can't just go driving into these reservations, can you? Isn't this sort of a restricted property, or you can drive in there?
No. From the time that Indian treaties on reservations back in 1855, those treaties all required that public roads be opened and maintained, and the state had jurisdiction over public roads through Indian reservations. They've always been open. They were opened up for settlement. This was all going away in the late 1880s. So yes, for example, the village of Hobart that I worked for 8 years is a major suburb of Green Bay. Go Packers! and it's very urban. And Hobart is basically a bedroom city. There's no downtown Hobart, so it relies entirely on its property taxes. But it's a big urban area. You have 31 tribes in Washington State, the bulk of which are on the coast of Washington State, all around Seattle, Bellingham, Tacoma. These Indian reservations are in big urban areas in many cases. There are out in the Midwest, less populated, like the large Navajo reservation. There's only 2 Indian reservations that I know of in the country that are predominantly Indian. They're all very much predominantly non-Indian. And they're all served by their county and state governments and local municipalities. And then layered over that, you have these small tribal governments, small tribal populations, huge budgets. Example, when I first hired on in January 2008 with the village of Hobart, they were getting badly bullied because tribal governments with their constitutions have no authority over non-tribal people or lands. But the Oneida tribe was badly bullying the local municipal government, Hobart. So
That is indeed a interesting outlook on what's going on. Not by any means the first time I've heard it. Look at yours. Huh. The way your mic is, your mic can do something mine can't. This is special. Hang on, let me Oh, hang on. Hang on, I know there's a lot of weird mic sounds, but I need my mic to twist in a way I can't get it to twist because none of it twists that way. We went to these boom mics, or not boom mics, these scissor arm mics. You'll see them in a second. Some of you have seen them earlier. And anyway, let me get her dish put up, and I will do that. Your dish. Oh, I forgot to unmute you, babe. There you go. You may speak.
Yeah, I see how you are.
I muted our mics while we ate so you guys, didn't have to listen to us clinking around our plates.
I know where you sleep. Yes, I'm here. I have to take a taxi on the week or on the times when the bus doesn't run after 7 on the weekdays, and so I have to take cabs on the weekends and in the evenings when I don't have the bus. And
when you talk, or when you look away and talk, it doesn't pick you up. Pull your mic a little bit. You'll get used to it.
No, I won't.
There you go. You're right on it now.
Anyway, before I was interrupted, the lady that's been picking me up the last couple of times. Now I forgot what I was talking about. I know, now I can't remember where I was going with it. What was I talking about? Oh my goodness. Oh, I remember now. So she came and picked me up again. She picked me up last night at 12:30. Then I had to be there again at 6. And she picked me up this afternoon. And she said she called dispatch and she said picking up the babysitter, and I'm like, that's what I'm known as now. Because whenever the girl I babysit for comes home, we just swap cabs. So, but now I'm known as the babysitter. I need to buy some duct tape just in case. When that little one gets to shrieking, boy. Oh, I thought I said yeah. Velcro, yeah. The little one has a temper, and when he gets going, he just watch out.
Yippee-ki-yay! Alrighty, babe. You're about to be live.
Great.
As opposed to not live, which means you're not on camera. Which
oh, awesome. Way to end this day.
Wave hi to everybody.
What's up, everybody? Don't make fun of my crazy hair.
I couldn't get the camera right back in the same spot as it was earlier, so oh well. Howdy, Trap Wolf.
I think Alekin's your brother.
Oh yeah, why is that?
He's a smarty pants. Just like you. What's what on my head? I have nothing on my head. I don't have anything on my head but besides my crazy hair.
Oh yeah, I vaped. I probably vaped for longer than what Pete's vaped. To be honest, I first picked up an electronic cigarette roughly about 6 years ago. It was shortly after they came to the U.S. Better than smoking 3 packs of cigarettes a day, I'll tell you that. Yeah, it has a lot of hiss right now because of the way everything's all set up. Our mixing board, I think, might actually be in tomorrow. I didn't know UPS delivered on Sundays, but it's telling me tomorrow by 8 p.m. So that will hopefully take care of the hiss. I also have her mic turned up rather high because she's a little more soft-spoken than what I am, so... There's no way not to hide behind this mic because of the pop filter. I'm waiting until Jen gets used to her mic a little more, and then I'll be putting the pop filter on hers. So,
newsflash: I'm never gonna get used to this. Never.
Yeah, I would love to have something like a big screen display behind me.
I'm not getting a mohawk. Not doing it.
What I might do is I've been kind of against the idea of a green screen because I want you guys to be in our home, and I don't think we can afford a $600 TV. So what I might do is instead I think I can afford a $20 green screen, and I might go ahead and take a picture of our set, and then
Captain Kangaroo.
a picture of behind our set, I should say, and then put a green screen back there for the purpose of being able to put a screen back there, because I would love to be able to do that, to actually play videos on for you guys. So, and I can do that and make it look like it's like really there, even though it's not.
That's good to hear, Infinity. Trap mentioned something about Captain Kangaroo. I don't know.
Oh my gosh, it's been a long time. What did Captain Kangaroo do? I don't remember.
You don't remember Captain Kangaroo?
Well, I remember Captain Kangaroo, but I don't remember what he did. They're shaving donkey posters. See, I'll have to green screen that in too.
Oh my god, don't get me started rolling on that one.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't see Pete Santilli 237. Oh, you talking about when his live chat thing comes up? I don't know.
That is my hair. I desperately need a haircut, and I just haven't had time or... Yeah, let's not even talk about it. Everybody wants me to grow it out, and I don't have patience. I'm getting ready to shave it off, quite honestly.
And yes, Becky, that is me and Jen.
Yeah, don't point and laugh too hard, okay? I know, Matt, it's fine. My hair drives me nuts when it gets this long. Everybody, I went to my former workplace a couple days ago and they're like, grow it out. And I'm like, I just don't know if I have patience for that. Nothing's wrong with long hair. My hair is just so thick that, and when I grow my hair, I want it to be all one length. So there's that phase where it just drives me nuts and it just goes everywhere, and I hate when it doesn't lay right.
I'm making another shot real quick.
My long hair is a pain because it's just so thick. I'm surprised I didn't get headaches from mine, Becky, because I mean, that's how thick my hair is. That's way too much information, Rancher. We don't have a dog. I want a dog, but we can't have dogs here.
All right, I wanted to set up another shot. That way you can have us both in the shot at the same time. I'm going to play a video by Next News Network, and it's showing one of the latest drone toys that I believe it's the one that DARPA is coming out with. And here we go.
Have you seen this thing yet? This thing is pretty crazy, coming out of DARPA. It's a super fast bird drone in action. This is the official DARPA YouTube video. Patrick Tucker for Defense One reports it bobs and weaves with the dexterity of a bird. It is the military's newest experimental drone. The Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, or DARPA, on Friday released this footage from its Fast Lightweight Autonomy, or FLA, program and announced that the program had achieved a major milestone: a lightweight drone capable of flying 20 meters per second while carrying a high-resolution camera, a LiDAR sonar, and inertial measurement sensors. So you may be asking yourself, why does the military need fast-flying bird robots? Quote, military teams patrolling dangerous overseas urban environments and rescue teams responding to such disasters as earthquakes or floods currently can use remotely piloted unmanned aerial vehicles, or UAVs, to provide a bird's eye view of the situation. But to know what's going on inside an unstable building or a threatening indoor space often requires physical entry, which can put troops or civilian response teams in danger. That is from the official DARPA press release. Look at that thing roll around. And apparently they want this thing to be able to be flown without GPS and basically be totally self-aware, knowing its environment. And so they're saying they want to use it for the natural disasters, or obviously warfare. But the next step, hey, what about spying? You know, I mean, you've seen those really small hummingbird drones. What if they want to spy on you? What if they want to, put this out in the street to patrol with police? I mean, there's so many different applications, and this is coming out of the DARPA. You know what they're all famous for, aren't you? Remember that old logo they had with the all-seeing eye all over the earth? So here you have it, another drone technology potentially enabling them to spy on you and, well, also help with natural disasters as well. Look at that thing go. What are your thoughts? Leave your comments below. Subscribe for updates. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi.
Alrighty. Yeah, that was interesting. They keep upgrading the ability of those drones. So, kind of crazy just how they can control them at this point. Oops. Wrong screen on that. Hang on a second. Here you go. Apparently the Saudis, I guess, announced a big announcement.
This is a breaking news alert. Superstation 95 FM reports a shocking admission made in the international press. During an interview on RT Arabic, Daham Al-Anzi of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia discussed why the Arab world felt the need for Syrian President Bashar al-Assad to be removed from power. He also reaffirmed the need for a ground invasion to accomplish that goal. While outlining the weapons of war, he confirmed that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia possess a nuclear bomb. Here's the clip.
والسعودية المملكة العربية السعودية تتصرف كدولة مسؤولة. لهذا قامت القيادات الفاعلة في المملكة العربية السعودية ممثلة بوزارة الدفاع بتقليل الخطر حجم الخطر الإيراني في اليمن، ثم الآن تقليل حجم الخطر الإيراني في الشام وفي سوريا. حكاية إنه والله روسيا تريد دعم بشار، شخص واحد، إنسان واحد، رجل واحد ومع مجموعة أشخاص في هذا النظام ويذبح الشعب السوري. لا، الجيش العربي السعودي لن يقف. أخي الكريم مكتوف الأيتي، الجيش العربي السعودي هو يمثلنا نحن السعوديين. لماذا نحن نشتري هذه الصواريخ وهذه الطائرات وهذه؟ نحن لدينا قنبلة نووية من أكثر من سنتين، التجربة النووية ربما تعمل خلال أسابيع. لماذا نحن نمتلك هذه الأسلحة؟ لماذا؟ إن لم يكن دفاعا عن الحق العربي ودفاعا عن الحق الإسلامي ودفاعا. أخي الكريم، السعودية لا تريد الدخول في حرب.
السعودية أصبحت تمتلك قنبلة نووية.
الشعب السوري نعم نمتلك القنبلة النووية. نعم بكل بساطة نعم نمتلك القنبلة النووية.
هذا خبر عاجل على أول مرة أسمع.
أخي الكريم، ليس خبر عاجل. القوى الكبرى تعرف أن يعني نحن كنا نقول أنه إذا إيران قامت بإعلان التجربة النووية بوقاحة سوف تقوم المملكة العربية السعودية بإعلان التجربة. لا مشكلة.
Subscribe to the channel and we'll keep you updated as more information becomes available. Please distribute this to your social networks, and as always we welcome your input in the comments below. This has been a Next News Network breaking news alert.
Well, I was looking at a different screen and I have no idea what the announcement was. I wouldn't know why I wouldn't know what the announcement was. It could be something to do with, I don't speak that language. So I have no idea what's happening. Is it the end of the world yet? I'm just wondering. Oh, goodness. The link to that is... There you go. That's the link to that last video. Oh, they have a nuclear warhead. Well, I figured they've had nukes for... Yeah, I know I had subtitles. I wasn't able to pay attention to the subtitles. I would be shocked to believe that they hadn't had nukes for some time, to be honest. It's just like Iran, like North Korea. You know, they've had them. They've had them for a while, so. I guess I won't be getting that tomorrow. Now they updated it to Monday. That's interesting. I was going to say, I didn't know if, I think UPS does deliver on Sundays, but I think that's quite a bigger fee. I have, now I have two screens now, except I have both screens filled up, so. You're welcome, Warrior Princess. Just trying to make sure we all have the best I can do at the latest news anyway. I wasn't able to push out the videos today like I wanted to. My particular videos, that is. But I hope to be set up to do that a little more efficiently here soon. I still have to figure out how to set things in a manner to where I can see everything okay. Like the monitor I have on my right side, it's hard for me to see through the mic, but the one on the left side is now just a little too far away. So it'll be a little bit of a dancing until I can get them right. Right on, Paula. Oh, thank you, Alakin. It's going to take some getting used to for sure. What, babe?
Oh, he's making me talk.
I didn't make you talk.
You were practical. Never mind. I know where you sleep.
Till I can find another video. Let me pull us back up. The whole intention of running this other screen was so that I could keep my software on top for doing the show, and I'm still not able to do that because I've got the chat over on the right. I'm going to get rid of that, actually, I think.
Oh, why do you have to? No! Put it away.
Put what away?
The picture with my raccoon hair.
Oh.
Great. Give me a complex about my hair that I don't already have on my own.
You'll be able to get it cut this week.
Mm-hmm.
They open tomorrow?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Like the typical weekends, the news has slowed down a little bit, and not as much stuff. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Hang on, I gotta go fix her mic.
In the universe that I should not be talking. That's what I thought I did. Yeah.
Alrighty then.
Infinity said Gorilla Glue.
Right on. I need small metal plates that I can put under the feet of these because it doesn't. Right on, Ronald. Because the foot's sinking down into the plastic table.
That would be my luck. I walk around with crutches and then I poke my eye out. That's my luck.
Trying to think of something we have around here that I could use. I don't know of anything.
Not like I'm going to be talking on it that much anyway. Thank you, Anna. And thank you guys. I don't really think I'm that cute, but I guess so.
Thanks, Anna. Yeah, we're working on getting it nicer. I don't know. I might wind up going with a green screen. We'll see. A G clamp. I know what a C clamp. Oh well, I think you're talking about a C clamp. Yeah, well, it's kind of got C clamps on them, but they don't. Like I say, they're sinking down into the table, so I need to do something to get a larger surface area underneath of the foot. So if I had a couple of little metal plates, they would do the trick. I just don't. I was thinking if we had something around here I could use real quick and fix that, but I don't think we do. Even a small, good hard piece of wood would even work too.
I'm a little bit lost as to
I'm checking that outrage. The video's trying to autoplay on me. I'm trying to catch it before it does. Oh yeah, here's the thing. Never autoplay videos.
Justice Department is stepping up its fight with Apple over the company's refusal to open up the cell.
Here, I could bring that over to you guys and just play the video. I'd heard about this yesterday. I think is the first I had heard about this, and it's pretty crazy. It really goes a long way to show just how much overreach, as we've all been talking about, that our government has. Get the right screen up here.
The Justice Department is stepping up its fight with Apple over the company's refusal to open up the cell phone of one of the San Bernardino attackers. Tonight, Chief Intelligence Correspondent Catherine Herridge has the latest on the battle that could end up before the U.S. Supreme Court. Good evening, Catherine.
Brett, with today's 35-page court ruling, the gloves are off. The Justice Department says Apple's refusal to unlock a terrorist iPhone is a marketing strategy where the tech giant is putting its business interests ahead of national security and the rule of law. Quote, Apple has attempted to design and market its products to allow technology rather than the law to control access to data. Despite its efforts, Apple nonetheless retains the technical ability to comply with the order and so should be required to obey it. Rather than assist the FBI, which is exploring whether San Bernardino terrorists Saeed Farouk and Tashfeen Malik had outside help, the Justice Department says Apple is refusing and has the ability to bypass the iPhone's password without destroying the data. In today's filing on behalf of Attorney General Loretta Lynch and FBI Director James Comey, the court was told that software developed to open the iPhone will not be shared with the FBI and Apple can destroy it, though a leading Senate privacy advocate warns the court's decision will set a precedent. If the FBI can force Apple to build a key, you can be sure authoritarian regimes like China and Russia will turn around and force Apple to hand it over to them. They will use that key to oppress their own people and steal U.S. trade secrets. Apple CEO Tim Cook has yet to respond to today's filing, but in an open letter, Cook said the FBI wants a backdoor and this weakens data security for the individual consumer and the government because encryption can be defeated by anyone with that knowledge. Apple has a week to respond, and late today, Trump called for a boycott of Apple products until the company works with the FBI, Brett.
Well, Catherine, thank you. As you mentioned, presidential candidate Donald Trump says he will stop using his iPhone until Apple cooperates with the government in the San Bernardino case, and he said you should too.
I want Apple. First of all, Apple ought to give the security for that phone. Okay? What I think you ought to do is boycott Apple until such time as they give that security number. How do you like that? I just thought it. Boycott Apple.
Well, a boycott obviously would be no easy task, but could really harm the company. Research estimates that at the end of last year, 103 million iPhones were in use in the U.S., and that's not counting other Apple devices.
Yeah, that's pretty insane that they want so much control over our devices. And this is coming outward now. The truth of the matter is they've had that control over our devices. It will continue to have that control over our devices. They're not going to give that up. They're just not going to get up their control. And I think what it is, I think there's a little bit of fighting back that's going on, and because of that, due to that fighting back, I think they're now bringing it out to light, or it could be what I've talked about before, just kind of like a temperature check, so to speak, to see the public's reaction. They've been doing a lot of that. They've been doing a lot of seeing the public's reaction on different things. And judging how fast they should move forward. Because here's the thing. If they just come out just right out of the blue and just openly says, okay, well, we've been doing this, and this all at once, they're going to have a harsh reaction. They're going to have a lot of backlash. But if they can slowly reveal one thing at a time and make it kind of small news. Then later on, when people are like, the general public are like, what? Since when was it? They can say, well, we've told you about it. We've talked openly about it, And I think they're doing a lot of that right now. They really are doing a lot of that. What is it that we need, Todd? Todd said we need one. Know what he was referring to? Oh, a Gadsden flag, probably. Yeah, we do. That would actually be really nice if we had a, and that might be an idea, too, to put behind us, babe, is a couple flags. I looked at Wally World when we got we're off cam. Hang on a minute. When we got like these little flags here, I looked at Wally World, and wow, they were rather expensive. Their flags. Because if I did, I'd like to hang a rather large one, but I do think the Gadsden would look pretty cool behind us, don't you? Well, you don't want to do the Gadsden upside down, but... I was checking your level. You're all right.
Sure you are. Mm-hmm.
Well, I am. There you go. You're sounding good now. What you got to do? You got to almost kiss the thing.
All right.
Get all intimate with it.
Really?
Make out with the mic, the other mic.
I wasn't even drunk. Hey there, Texas lady. I swear it's close to a full moon, but I think we just had one.
Did we just have one?
I think
or-
we just had one, but people are acting a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs lately.
I didn't know if we just had one or if we're about to have one.
I mean, I could be wrong, but...
Oh, I don't know. I haven't kept track.
Please, after working at DHS, you keep track of the full moon.
Today it was the most gorgeous day outside.
72 degrees.
I get spanked when I play music. They've been really hard on it lately.
Is that right, Carl? I swear, like, people are acting just cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. I don't know. You know, by looking at the moon and seeing what phase it's in, that I don't know. And I used to be really into stars and all that stuff, but it's been so long since I've done anything with it. Well, you can look by which part of the moon is, covered up as to whether it's going to be a full moon or was a full moon, or whether it was just your neighbor with his pants down.
Where did I find you again? Because you don't know how to speak very well. And I'm an English nerd. And what?
I'll let Jen take care of the twerking.
Oh yeah, yeah, I'll get right on that one. I can't hardly move my lower body, but you want me to twerk?
Wonder if there's any, I just seen some of the things you're sharing to me, Rage. I've got to figure something out here, because I've got that monitor too far away now. I've got to bring it in closer to me.
I will sing before I will twerk. You better know that one. And who came up with twerking? That's ridiculous.
I wonder if there's any live video of any of those protests going on. I was telling Jen earlier today that, it's only going to be a matter of a month or two. I think you're going to see a lot of protests going on in this country, a lot of them all over. Mike Searohr was playing, or not playing, Mike Searohr was out there live streaming today, a little rally they had in his town. And I think you're going to see a lot of them pop up. We almost need a big screen somewhere where we can, or we ought to, I wish we were able to put our chat over there on the TV or something.
Okay.
I could have chat delivered to me on scrolls.
Don't worry, Infinity. You won't see any twerking from me. Like I said, you'd hear singing before you would see any kind of dancing, because I don't want to be a YouTube sensation. And it would be titled Gimpy Shuffle or something like that. I got Noah hooked on that Revolution song. He really likes it.
Oh.
You should see him dance. It's so cute. He loves it. Gimpy twerk. I have a hard time with my body as it is. I don't think I will be twerking. And if I could get anything remotely like twerking, it would just look bad. Yeah, he kind of did made me a little bit famous. Let's hope it doesn't get too bad, because I'll have to go live in a cave.
Wow, I was trying to reload Facebook and it's got my whole browser froze. Does it have the video froze on the screen?
What?
The screen you're looking at right now. However, my browser window is frozen. Thanks to Facebook.
Anakin said you should twerk.
That probably wouldn't be a good thing. There we go. It's moving on your screen, huh?
Not moving on my screen.
Oh, it's not? Okay. Yeah, sorry guys. My computer was freezing a little bit there. There it goes. Wow, is it flying through there now? Crazy. I don't know if you... Or is yours going super speed?
Yeah, kind of fast. I dance when I'm by myself. I don't... And it's not like I can do anything special. What part of Illinois are we from, Mark? We are from southern Illinois. About an hour and a half outside of St. Louis. There's nothing but hotels and restaurants and gas stations. This is one of the cities that people stop to go to somewhere better, like Chicago or anywhere but here.
This is one of those places where people travel to another place.
Yeah. And they're building another hotel. But I did hear they were putting an IHOP here. And if they put an IHOP here, I am in trouble. I have to start paying rent there. I don't think I would miss this town, Alec, I really wouldn't. There's towns that I've lived in that I miss desperately. I don't think this is one of them. Now that I've lost my job here, I'm just like, I wish I could go. Yes, Karen, I love pancakes and waffles and breakfast food in general. You Warrior Princess is just now saying us on the screen.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure this out. I'm still trying to figure this out on this James D. I'm going to pull this video up real quick. Another video by James D. It's only 1 minute and 19 seconds long, so here we go.
Hey, what's up, YouTube? I want to put this out there. If anyone has any information on the Terminal Island protests in San Pedro, California, I've been trying to get a hold to Liberty Grows. I can't get through to them. I've emailed, I've tried everything. And also Mark Connors from the Connors Report was involved with that. He was supposed to be on site there too, and his channel has been silent since yesterday. So if anyone has any information on that, can you please comment on that or get to me through my email? I'll put my email in the link, jadeal30@gmail.com. And I'm just worried about those guys. I'm worried about what happened. I was going to go down there, but I got sick and my kids were sick, and I just couldn't do it. So I had some responsibilities here at home to take care of. But anyways, I would appreciate if anyone has any info, if you live in that area, if you know about that protest, if you were there, because it's been silent, and I don't know if it's been shut down by the feds, because that's a federal prison there. And so anyways, I know that the people that were involved with this are silent, so I'm just wondering what's going on. If anyone knows, please let me know. All right, peace out, everyone. This is James D from Frisco signing off.
Told you it was kind of short and sweet, and it was just another one I seen Chef had up there, so. I don't understand. I guess I swore that I had him on my YouTube subscriptions, but I don't see him anymore. So there was a fair amount of people that liked, I noticed, like Mr. Thessalonian's videos. I know some of the stuff I do, not everybody's going to like some of the stuff I show, and that's fine,
Does it hurt your one feeling?
No, it doesn't bother me at all. There's some people that's not into alternative energy, just like there's some people that won't be into permaculture or aquaponics or anything like that. But we're going to try and show you as many different things. I know Rage, I've seen one of the videos he shared with me was about drilling wells. And I think I've seen that video before. Let me take a peek. There's a lot of stuff that I watch. Oh wow, that's a playlist. I didn't realize that was a playlist you sent me. And wow, he's got all kinds of stuff on there. I'm going to bring that over into the other screen, and I'll probably play that tonight for a playlist. Because I think it's important to get this stuff out there, these different techniques, these different ways of knowledge. I know, I saw some of the comments last night was talking about, if people were saying things to the effect of, if we lost electricity, that wouldn't be the end. People lived before without electricity and stuff like that. And I said it earlier today, and I'll say it again, because we really need to look at this. Our entire lives are encompassed around that electricity. The way that we get gas into our homes, the way we get water into our homes, the way our toilets flush, everything involves electricity. And if that's gone at the blink of an eye, so are all of those amenities. Sure, I know that we can cook on a barbecue grill, a charcoal barbecue grill. I know we can do all these things, but for how long? Okay, so each one of us is going to be limited in the length of time we have those capabilities. You're not going to be able to go get your propane tank refilled. So when that runs out on your gas grill, what are you going to do? What happens when you run out of charcoal briquettes? And I know answers to this stuff because I've been involved with prepping for a long time. You know, I'm limited on the resources of tools that I have at this time. I have a set of micro screwdrivers, a little Leatherman tool, one of the smaller versions at that, and and a hacksaw. But you know what? I could go hacksaw me some little trees down, but how long is that hacksaw blade going to last? So see, we have to really think about this kind of stuff because it's not as easy as what people think on the surface to survive. I also see some of the things about, well, we could work with neighbors and stuff like that. You know, we could do this. Well, yes, you can, but you better get out there now and you better start talking to your neighbors. The reason why you want to start talking to your neighbors now is because things, if we were to lose our power right now, say we got hit right this moment with an EMP, within 3 days, it would be nothing but chaos. Absolutely nothing but chaos. See, it's not just about yourself or your family, and it's not about just your neighborhood. It's about the rest of the town too, and then the next town over and the next town over. So you have to think about that, and with all that in mind. And it's not going to be long, and there's a lot of people that aren't ready in any way that are going to that are going to react in a way that's not going to work out too well for everybody else.
Rezzy said you could make a bong out of the lamp.
I'm sure I could probably make a bong out of that lamp.
Yeah.
I used to be a little crazy in my younger days, and you should see some of the devices along those lines that were created by me and my friends.
You're so lucky that I didn't meet you years ago, because I would have been like, you are too crazy for me, dude. Better get on somewhere.
Exactly, Karen. And that's the way we are, the way we live, where we live is we don't really know our neighbors, and we really don't stop and talk to the neighbors. That's the way it is, sadly, in most of this country now. And social media is partially to blame for that. Entertainment media is partially to blame for that. But it lies within us. But I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I would feel a little bit weird just by going and knocking on my neighbor's door and introducing myself. And I don't know why, but that would just seem odd.
Did I tell you about the one girl came out that it's the front of the building. She said she knew my sister from the hospital, and I'm not sure if it's her boyfriend or what, but she's like, you can hit him, and I'm like, uh-oh, she gave me permission to hit you.
Yeah, it's Alec, it is that way, and it seems like even having a simple conversation or trying to have a basic simple conversation with somebody, they get all offended. I mean, I've seen people working on cars and stuff like that, and that's often an icebreaker for me to talk to them, because I've worked on cars a lot of my life, and I've walked up and said, "Hey, it looks like you're having fun," and I've seen people just absolutely get offended that I stopped and said hi.
I just want people to stop stopping me when I'm walking, because it is getting warmer, and
Infinity, you're right. 100 years ago, they didn't need any of that stuff, okay? And we could survive. Those that are ready, those that are prepared, those of us that are awake or even remotely awake have a chance of surviving. But it's not just about us. What about the other millions of people, hundreds of millions of people that are still asleep in this country that are going to be blindsided by something like that? What about that? Because you have to protect yourself from them as well. And I mean that when I say protect yourself from them. I mean that because people, when they get put in a position like that, they're not going to want to learn how to fish, okay? They're just going to want your fish. And sadly, that's the way it is. I mean, that's what we're looking at. I mean, it's an uncomfortable thought. It's a really, really uncomfortable thought. But we either think about it and face the reality of it, or we keep pulling the covers over our heads and acting like it won't be an issue. And that's just not the case. I wish it were, but it's just not the case. We're the least prepared in this country for something like that. We are the absolute least prepared because we're just so used to this stuff. I agree with you, Infinity, that they didn't want to take the time to learn anything. I agree with that totally, but that still doesn't change how they're going to react when the time comes. So we have to be ready for that. And that's one of the reasons why I do what I do, is because I'm hoping that that I can reach out and wake somebody up and maybe teach them how to build a gasifier. I know people get tired to death of watching the gasifier video, but I'm telling you that gasifier is going to be what saves the majority of the people in this country. And the reason why, and I've said it, I've gone through this a million times and I'll do it again. You have to think about a simple loaf of bread. First of all, how much wheat, how much of a square footage area of wheat does it take to make a loaf of bread? Okay? How long does it take to grow that wheat to make that loaf of bread? So you have to really break it down, and you have to look at just how much time and work goes into being able to feed this population. Without our diesel fuel, without our gasoline, without the types of fuels that we have to run these, I call them iron monsters, these tractors, this equipment, we can't do that. We don't have the horses. We don't have the horses trained. We don't have the horse-drawn equipment, and we don't have the people that's trained on that horse-drawn equipment. So that puts us in a very vulnerable position, because at that point, we can no longer feed ourselves.
Mama and Papa Watchman.
Howdy, Shelly.
What's up?
So, that's kind of all I get at with that kind of stuff. And it's just to start discussion. That's all it is. It's just to start a narrative, a discussion about it, so that we can try and find ways to overcome it. And one of those ways to overcome it is that gasifier, because you can use that to run the tractors and all the other good stuff to be able to continue to farm, to be able to continue to transport items. Yeah, see, the Amish are going to be the least affected, but I'm afraid the Amish are going to wind up overran real quick. There's an Amish community, I don't think too awful far from us.
Sure.
But they're going to be overran quick, because there's a lot of people that know, they're going to have the grain, they're going to have this, they're going to have that. And so, sadly, they're going to get overran. I know that, I believe most of the Amish believe in being well armed and whatnot. But it doesn't matter how armed you are. It just doesn't matter. One gun against 1,000 people running at you just doesn't seem to make a difference. Really, Justin, that's interesting. And I know there's a lot of places throughout the country now that there's only certain wood stoves that the EPA will allow you to have, and then in some places on top of that, and I'm talking throughout the country, they won't allow you to use your wood stove at all. Period. It's crazy, but that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to take away our ability to feed ourselves. They're trying to take our ability to give ourselves energy, like solar panels or anything like that. They're trying to take our ability to heat ourselves, and anything else that we could do for ourselves, they're trying to take that away. Because once we give that up and, just hand them, money every month to be able to take care of those things for us, then they control us. And that's their goal. They want control. It's not even about money anymore. It's about control. Trump wall. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Trump either. Believe me, he is not the solution. It feels good to a lot of people to hear him speak and to say the things he says and to have the viewpoints that he does. But you're just talking about another dictator in another way, you know? So where one set of people or one group of people loses out with this administration, another group would lose out with that administration. And that's, by the way, what they've been doing to us for decades. Okay, they've been swinging back between Democrat and Republican, but what they've been doing the whole time is getting the public, or a portion of the public, during each administration to cheer on taking away the rights and liberties of each other. And that's the whole political game. And I don't want any part of it, because that's all it is. It's a game. I call them teams. Republicans and Democrats, I call them teams because they treat life like it's a football game. Yes, Chuck, they are. Yes, very massively. What's his Tom Loopshoe, I think that's his name, just released a video the other day about how the fireballs are picking up a lot. I mean, they're coming a lot, rather large ones at that. So, and you're right, with the earthquakes, the volcanoes, and this has been increasing steadily over time, and it's really getting frequent on all of those. Yes, organic cow manure is good fuel for heat. Yep, fireballs, Iowa rancher, all over the globe. They've been having, all over the globe for most of us. All over I don't know what you would call it for the flat earthers, but either way, there has been a large amount of fireballs. And they're all over YouTube and alternative media. Mainstream media don't talk a whole lot about them unless there's some of the big ones. But, right, meteorites, exactly. I wasn't thinking, yeah, a lot of people's been referring to them as fireballs. Hang on, let me grab Jen's phone for her. All right, sorry about that. I just would rather get up and grab little stuff like that for her. Wow, the last 2 days, wow. Poor woman.
I told whoever was in here at the time that I got home at 12:30 last night from watching the boys, and then she had to be at work by 6 this morning, so.
Hey, Anna, I'm sorry, babe. Hey, Anna, let me pull that out of, I had that, I'm sorry, dear, I had that in the, you didn't even see it blocked. I know, because we don't see our own stuff blacked, Torp.
What?
It was a joke between the mods. I said I don't see ourselves blocked, or we don't see ourselves blocked. Tarp. So.
Oh. Now I get it. I missed it. Jeez.
Anyway, let me get rid of that real quick, hon. I did that one day because there was an excessive amount of spam with a particular email one night. So those of you that didn't know, for the last week or so, that's tried to put Yahoo in a message. It did. Nobody's seen it.
Somebody was typing their email address, and for some reason it was being blocked, and I'm like, what's the block word here?
Yeah, let me get that out of there, guys. We don't have a lot of blocked words. As a matter of fact, I'm looking at the list and we have a total of 7 blocked words. That's it. So we don't have a lot of blocked words. We try to let you guys, speak freely and stuff. But everything we have blocked was just blocked for obvious reasons. I mean, oh wow, hang on. It's saying some settings could not be saved. Ah, now it says all changes saved. So there you go. Now you can do it again. I'm sorry, Bella. Oh. Freaks me out. I don't have my I'm going to change that right now. I don't have my settings the same for my screensaver and stuff. And so when it changes the picture, it's like, whoa. And I'm changing that because it actually takes resources to do that. But I like the Aeroglass style on the windows.
Who doesn't love Eric?
Huh. Where did my pictures go?
Pictures of what?
Pictures.
Of what?
Remember, I've got a folder called Wallpaper somewhere. Guess what's in the folder called Wallpapers?
Wallpapers?
Oh, yay!
That's why they pay me the big bucks.
Oh, looky there. I got some pictures. What did I have last? That or that? I'll do that. Sorry, I'm lame. Coolness. Alright. Now that'll quit changing and that'll take out, or that'll save some of my computer's resources. I was going to change RAM out today, which would require me to reboot the computer, and I didn't get a chance to do that. So I will probably do it maybe tonight before I start the loop. I'll probably do that. And then that would be a good test for it to run overnight. I'm not going to put the 16 gigs in. I'm just going to put one 8 gig stick in and see if it can handle that. I didn't do it.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. You kind of looked over at me like I did it.
Oh.
Was it because I did and didn't know it? Hey, who's that beautiful chick right there?
I don't know who you're talking about. Look at this. No. No. No, just this part right here.
Ah.
No.
Just wait. I'm hoping she gets her haircut this week. She looks so awesome with the haircut that she gets. Oh, I already know what my motherboard can handle. I've been doing computer work for 20 years. I even had certification for hardware, so right here
I don't know.
is said manual for said motherboard.
Said motherboard.
And it's got all the information I would ever need. And I had said manual out for said motherboard because I had to look up some some of the stats on it. Yeah, I know all about that stuff. I've actually got a MSI Military Class 2 motherboard. So, built the computer
Everybody's
myself.
telling us to get a room. Look what you started.
I could start doing this. I could start throwing toilet paper at her.
It's going to be on like Donkey Kong if that comes across the room at me. I'm right at throat level.
One of my plans is, and I've told Jen knows about this. I want to have like a little what would you call it? A dispenser for those Nerf balls, those like 4-inch balls or whatever, so that we did each get so many Nerf balls per show that we could toss at each other.
Oh, and did I tell you I had this discussion with the room about the drinking game every time Alex Jones says the documents?
Document.
Or Casper said when he starts talking about his boner medicine.
Well, hell, if he did every time he sold that medicine, you wouldn't stop drinking. You wouldn't be able to put your shot glass down to fill it up.
Hey, Eric.
Hey, Eric, what's up, man?
He said wave.
By the way, though, the $1 million question, my motherboard can handle 32 gigs of RAM at DDR3 at 866 megahertz. Overclocked, I think, to 2033, I want to say.
Yeah, he got the blue screen of death like 5 times yesterday.
The deal was with me putting my RAM in, what it was is my power supply is way underpowered for my computer. I've got, and this is no joke, a 550 watt power supply with my computer. I've got a AMD FX8350 8-core processor, and with an 8-core processor, with a dual-core processor, I wouldn't run a 550 watt power supply. The problem is I have to have there's a special plug on my computer. I have both a 6-pin and an 8-pin peripheral plug. Okay, and I want to say it's the 8-pin that's a little harder to find. And so anyway, for the cheaper power supplies, because I couldn't afford an expensive one, there was only one I could find that had that peripheral plug. So that's why I'm at 550 watts. And I'm not harping on this, but once we can, via donations, once we can, that is high on the priority list of upgrading. So I can, I've got 2 sticks of 8 gig, 1866 megahertz memory here. So some crucial ballistic sport. I know it's not the best RAM out there. What, babe?
Karen was talking about some word that she counted Alex Jones saying. I was trying to figure out how to say it.
And Rezi, if you loan me 500 of your watts, that'll give me 1,050 watts. I ought to be good with that. You can email me 500 watts of your power supply. That would be nice.
I don't think it works like that, dude.
How many cores is that i5 Infinity? I run AMD. I really don't know Intel stuff. I was telling the old Marine today on Skype, I was telling him I built one Intel machine in 20 years, and it was because I got it for free. And I'm not putting down Intel, I just run AMD. I don't know how many cores that is, though. I've got 8 cores at 4 gigs. However...
Nunya's just trying to get me to laugh.
I can overclock to 4.3 gigs.
Every time, even when Mike says like documentary or something, for some reason I hear Alex Jones's voice and I just laugh.
I've got the documents.
Oh, would you?
Oh, dual core, okay. Yeah, I love my FX8350. I know AMD changed...
They noticed that you have 2 big screens and I got my little puppy over here.
Oh, did they?
Yeah. Like Mike's got 2 screens and Jen's got a laptop. I don't
Well, the idea is once I can afford to build me another computer, then I'm going to pass this one over her way.
All that? All that. I don't need that's
i5. There's a debate whether i5 is dual or quad.
I don't know. Now, gentlemen. Don't make me come over there.
Everybody put your cores down and hold hands.
Don't make me sing Kumbaya.
Kumbaya.
Nunya wants you to say documents in 5 seconds. We're gonna be sloshed.
Yeah, you hear the theme to Deliverance in the background.
No, I have Revolution stuck in my head.
Actually, if you could hear it, there's people behind us playing basketball. You get messages, or is your light just coming on?
Or not.
Well, when we get the mixer and the rest of the chords in and the documents, then I will. Well, I had to say it.
Look, his I don't know, like his 90s voice doesn't bother me so bad, but this. Yeah, no.
Yeah, see, I have no idea on Intel stuff. I can talk AMD processors all day long. I know nothing about Intel, really. I don't know if I like the new processors. I'll ask you guys' opinion. Oh, she's using an old beat-up E-machines.
Yeah, I have an old laptop my sister gave me. It's nothing fancy.
I don't even remember the model of it. I've reinstalled Windows on it, but it's old. It's slow. I don't even think it's dual core, to be honest.
I don't think so either. I don't ever have the latest, greatest anything, and I don't want the latest, greatest anything.
Actually, I am. What did Eric say?
What did you say about why my? I guess my mic's a little more hissy.
Oh, yeah, but what somebody said?
I don't know. I missed. I guess I
must have missed what Eric said.
I guess they were having a conversation because.
That's weird. I swear I'm missing some of my chat tonight. But yeah, I am an ordained minister. I don't want people to look at me that way. I'm just like anybody else. Oh, yeah, I was talking processors. I can marry you.
Wait. Oh, okay. I started to sweat a little bit. I was like, wait a minute. I need to. Yeah, no.
So you were saying A10. I guess that's one of the new AMDs, right? I know they started putting both the CPU and I guess the graphics processing on the same processor, and maybe I'm just getting older and I don't like new things like some older people get, but I'm just a little concerned about that. I don't know if it's really a good idea, how they're doing on it. I've been out of the loop with computers as far as the latest technology for a while. This was the last machine I built, and I think I figured out this machine is 3 years old. I know I keep saying 4, but I think it's coming up to 3 years old.
You're such a computer nerd.
So how's that work with the video cards? And I don't understand that. I'm gonna have to dig into it again and see what the deal is with the new processors. Because like I say, they're putting the CPU and GPU, I guess, on one processor now.
I'm gonna have to go visit Nanya.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The word documents keeps coming up.
Oh. No, I don't know, Shelia. Interesting.
The Windows.
Where did you get that information, Shelia? Yeah, Arflet, there's a lot of things. I could see a lot of error stuff. No, don't upgrade to Windows 10.
I guess.
I don't know what you're running now, but don't go 10. I won't even go 8 or 8.1.
Or yeah, it was 8. Everybody was having a problem with.
Okay, Shelia, thank you. I'll dig into that and see what I can find out.
Everybody's like, no!
Lots of resounding no's on the Windows 10. Yeah, I'm running Windows 7 Ultimate, and yes, Windows 2000 Professional for the win, without a doubt. And Server 2003 was awesome for serving software as well. And Windows 2000 Server wasn't bad either. That was about as bulletproof and stable as it got. But Windows 2000 Pro is the most bulletproof operating system I've ever seen.
There's Casper.
Yeah, Jeb Bush is dropping out because I called him No, I'm kidding. I'm glad Jeb Bush is, we don't need another Bush.
Oh my, that sounded really bad. What are you doing?
I'm having a fight with my pop filter. It won't stay up. I'm telling you, I need a little needle and thread so I can sew this thing up in the right place.
I plead the fifth for PJ. I don't know. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Plead the fifth.
Let me see if there's any news that's popped up. I'm gonna have to do some digging on the Jeff Banta thing.
Man, it's only 7:40.
I know, it seems so much later.
I know. I've turned in such a night bird in the 2 months I've lost my job. Well, glad you're enjoying yourself, PJ.
By the way, thank you, Rach, for that playlist you sent me. That's going to be awesome. You guys are going to love learning how to drill wells.
Did I just randomly blurt out the word boner just to add to the drinking game? Boner pills.
Does anybody know? I have a very well-informed audience here. Does anybody remember the name of the guy on YouTube that does all the water stuff, the well stuff, and I think he does some electrical stuff, and I can't remember. I want to say that he's even part of the crew that does the Doomsday Preppers stuff. I know he's one of the I don't know, I don't want to call it a judge, but he's one of the Doomsday Preppers team. And I was wondering. Okay, I'll check that out, Shelia. Wow, I don't know why they would have moved him. Okay, Matt, I don't know what you're talking about tonight, but okay. A document rant for a minute. I lost the document. I have the document right here. It was underneath this other document right here, and I don't know what I did with the document. Did you take my document? She's going to take my breath away if I keep this up.
I'm going to take something away, but it's not going to be your document. Oh my god.
I swear that Alex Jones would lose it if somebody stole his document.
Oh my god.
Wouldn't that be hilarious? He just lost it right on air because he couldn't find his document.
I totally want to go steal it from him just to see the look on his face.
I've seen him get mad before, like when he would be saying something nonchalantly to his crew to put up this web page or something like that, and it'd be like, I don't have a mouse, or I do it myself, but I can't do it, and y'all doing it kind of nice and acting like he's a real nice guy. Yes, thank you very much, Iowa Rancher. You are the man. Yes, it is Engineer 771. Thank you. I have an old YouTube account for the old gaming website that I had, and I've got so many of these subscriptions over on that page, and I have that one as well. But that is it, Engineer 771.
I can't. I'm not allowed to injure you on camera.
Oh yeah.
Darn.
Or something like that anyway. I'm not pulling that up for some reason. But that sounds like it was it. He doesn't have a channel no more or something, but I can't believe that. Or was it 775? Because that popped up, yep, that's it. Engineer 775. That's him. I'm resubbing him real quick. Because he is another one that's got just a wealth of information and prepping. I'm going to see if he's got any playlists.
I might have to do a dance for that.
Ooh, yes, he does have playlists. He's got lots of playlists, including one on solar battery backup systems.
Welcome to the
Why does everybody want to see me dance and read and sing? I don't get it. I mean, I told people that I was comic relief, but I didn't say I was talented at singing or dancing or...
Rosie, I did Microsoft Flight Simulator 10, and I played a lot of the Battlefield series. I never did get Battlefield 4. As a hindsight, I might pick it up sometime before the end of the next century or something, considering it's probably down to about $20 now or something. But Battlefield 3 was the biggest one, or the latest one that I've played. So,
are we shaking it like a Polaroid picture? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh my God! No way! Did you even know what song that came from?
No. Yeah, BF3 is awesome. But do you play it on PC, or do you are you guys console gamers? Because I only do PC. Not politically correct, because I've messed that up a long time ago. No dollars to me.
I get all the money. I'm the treasurer.
Shake it like a salt shaker.
Shake it like a salt shaker.
You guys are awesome. Yeah, yeah, cool. What was I on PC? I can't remember. On Battlefield, let's see, Battlefield 2, Battlefield Bad Company 2. I was, and no offense should be taken by this, it was just for a joke. I was Major Retard, in those. That was my name. And I can't even remember what I was in this past one. It might have been Sim Game It. I'd have to look. I think it was probably Sim Game It.
You say you were Captain Retard?
No, Major Retard.
Oh. Excuse me.
If you've ever seen me game in first-person shooters, you would agree. I'm the meat bag. I'm the guy that runs out in the wide open and just starts opening fires. They just use me for target practice. I'm not real good at those games.
And I'm the disabled one?
Battlefield 2 I got pretty good at, though, I will say. And I was a really good chopper pilot, not a good chopper gunner, but I was a real good chopper pilot in Battlefield 2. But that's because I played with a flight stick, an X-52, SciTech X-52 flight stick. In fact, that's how I play Battlefield, period. When I run on Battlefield, it's with a flight stick. Listen to the DEET conversation. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Rezi. This is my SciTech S290 Pro. They're cheap, but they work. I don't have. I used to go through one SciTech X52 a year, and those got expensive after a while.
Mark wants to know what vape you're using.
Well, the tank is a sub-tank mini. The mod is a Sigelli 75 watt temperature control, and but I'm only using Canthal, so I'm not running TC. And the juice I made up myself, and I would have to tell you, the juice has got banana cream, dragon fruit, and strawberry in it. So I make all my own juice. Okay, PJ, you have a good one.
Coming back, I think.
Yeah, the ST290 Pro, it works, and just not real well. I really miss my X52. Didn't do it. I left the documents right where they were.
Oh, God.
I should be able to trademark that word. And then charge Alex Jones every time he says it.
Oh,
We'd
my
be
God.
rich.
Bitch.
Oh, wow. Shuff did post couple of videos related to Hammond protests. Let me bring those to you guys real quick. They're just a couple of short ones. Oops, wrong screen. There we go.
Blocking the roadways. Okay, don't know, wasn't here. Can't say you were doing it. Can't say you weren't doing it. But you're more than welcome to exercise your First Amendment. I know it's one of them.
Right to assemble and petition our government for redress of grievance.
Practice your rights, but you can't block roadways. Not accusing you, saying you were, but we got a call. We got to come out and address it. Okay?
Thank you.
If you're interested to see why we're here, just maybe look up Hammond Get Home or something like that. Yeah, you're free to practice your rights with whatever reason that you want to. That's up to you. All I'm concerned about is safety and that you don't block the traffic and you allow people to go through. So as long as none of that's going on, do what you do. But again, if we get a call again, then then we have to take other measures. But just like I said, just don't be blocking roadways and maintain safety, and we stay out your hair. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right.
And in full disclosure, I'm sure they got cameras. If you check the cameras, we have not blocked any roads.
I haven't checked any cameras. Like I said, I'm not saying you did do it. I'm not accusing you of doing it. I'm not saying you weren't doing it, but when we get a call, we got to address it.
You know what I've experienced before? Like, someone said that because I was holding a sign that I was doing something, and I wasn't, and they said the same thing. If we get a second call, and I still wasn't doing it, I was just like this, and they go, oh, we got the second call, you have to leave.
Well, I'm not saying if you get a second call that you have to leave. I'm just saying we have to address it.
No, I was just saying
Sir,
that's happening.
sir, I don't want you to get hurt blocking the roadway.
I'm not saying that you have to stop. I'm just saying we have to address it if there's a second call. Okay?
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right.
Hi, excuse me. Oh, can I talk to you?
Got a red card. Well, you know what happened. Probably nobody there going around.
All right, and I'll throw the second one up here real quick. It's another short one.
Hey everyone, this is Gina Hardin with Liberty Grows. We're out here protesting, standing with some great patriots today. We're out in front of the Terminal Island Prison in San Pedro, California, where Dwight and Stephen Hammond have been imprisoned. They've been charged as terrorists, but we know they're not. They're hardworking ranchers just trying to provide for their family, provide meat for our hamburgers, for everyone in America. And it's unjust, it's a crime, it's cruel and unusual punishment. The judge himself in their case said that this was cruel and unusual punishment to sentence them to 5 years in prison for an accidental, a fire that accidentally burned some land, and actually they said made improvements to the land. No damage was done, yet they were fined $400,000. So we're out here today just protesting and letting the government know that they need to obey the law. They need to submit to the U.S. Constitution, which even here in California is the supreme law of the land. And patriots across America are standing up. We ask you to join with us and stand for liberty. Thank you.
And there was a couple protest updates for those going on there. Let me see if he is updated with any more. I just noticed those. I don't even think I refreshed the page when I did. Nope, Next News Network has a video about the Pope bowing to Donald Trump. That's interesting. I love the spam emails I get for alcohol rehab.
Because you're such a boozer.
I have like a ton of pages that I keep looking through. I agree on the Pope being bad news. Completely agree with that. Wow, I don't know about you, but it's kind of warm in here.
It's always warm in here.
Believe it or not, the windows are open.
I know.
Hang on, I'm open up our blinds real quick.
I'm like hot 90% of the time in here, and like now you're talking about how hot it is.
That almost hurt. If Jim would have saw it, she'd have been rolling.
You're so lucky. Uh-oh. Now she's gonna get a song stuck in my head.
Here, watch me as I come back. Watch the screen.
Oh, God. You dang it. I'm voting for Mickey Mouse. Any unusual web stories?
One time at band camp?
Really?
Really?
I don't think we were in the cab across town, and somebody like whipped around and was like in our lane. I was like, what is going on? It's okay, Mama. I've been having Revolution stuck in my head, so you can get Nelly stuck in there. He's from St. Louis. That's my kind of music. I listen to a little bit of everything, but I like rap. I can't help it. I don't know how we could have a peeping Tom on the second floor, but
Oh wow, yeah. That people were talking about that earlier. I swore people were talking about that for the last couple of weeks or so about Jeb Bush quitting, or that might have been somebody else. I don't know. There's so many of them that's dropping out now.
I think I have a different name for him besides a. Well, now I missed it. A noob. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not going to drop out, though. I'm still running for president.
I'm not going to be the first girlfriend or whatever. I'm going to go live in a cave. I should make everybody in the room, like, I should have a contest for everybody to pick out a name for my book. Pubic hair bush. I just saw that. And Mark, was it you that was talking about Vandalia or something? Somebody was talking about Vandalia earlier.
Oh, Vandalia, Illinois?
I don't know if it was Illinois or what, but somebody was talking about Vandalia.
Yeah, Vandalia's, Illinois anyway, is quite a bit north of us.
Well, I know that.
Well, they may not.
Yes, Nanya. I'm kind of working on a book of poems. Nothing exciting. Did you see what
No, I didn't. What, babe?
she said? Ways of our watchmen, spin of the days of our lives. I think that's what it said. As the waffle burns. Wait. He said. Yeah, I just saw you say something about Vandalia, and it's like north of us. Like 2.5, 3 hours, something like that. Oh, no, Mark, I really don't know. I don't even like to tell people that I was born here, okay?
Vandalia, Illinois, yes, it was the first Illinois capital.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You say Illinois, and people automatically assume that you're from Chicago.
What, you don't have to tell me the exact location, but what area, 70 Cubby?
Yes, it is, Clovis. How are you? Oh, Lord, for crying out loud. A poem about documents. Oh, goodness. You guys crack me up. Oh, this isn't the boonies compared to other cities in Illinois. Where were you born at, Nanya? Oh my god.
Hey, look at that. Somebody wrote documents.
Well, if I really did the drinking game, I'm petite, and yeah, I'd just be on the floor by now.
You could start doing the old teapot song.
I am 38 years old. I am not 5.
Well, I'm 43 and I don't remember how it goes. I'm a little teapot.
There's certain things that you just never forget.
I've heard of the Trail of Tears. I don't remember what it is, but I've heard of it. It rings a bell. Oh, okay, okay.
You were born in Belleville, Nanya? Are you serious? I was born in Granite City, but I lived in Collinsville too. I lived in Collinsville and Caseyville.
Oh, okay. See, I remembered hearing the name of it. Where did that happen in Illinois? The Trail of Tears?
Laura. I think you're doing that just so you can hear me giggle. I'm convinced that's what she's doing.
I've got the documentation of documents. Thank you, Reggie. We're moving up. Hopefully it'll keep getting better and better. Be nice to have some lights so that we can get the proper lighting in here.
Don't be ashamed, Alec. I wish I wasn't born in. I hate telling people I was born in Illinois.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that. Where at on the interstate, Mark? What area? And while you're answering that, I'm going to go ahead and play this from Next News Network, this video on how the Pope bows to Donald J. Trump.
Oh my God. Trap. Shaved the donkey with the shaved butt poster. Don't give him any ideas, Trap.
It looks like the Pope has bowed to Donald J. Trump. The Hill reports that Donald Trump is praising Pope Francis just a day after he blasted the pontiff for seemingly questioning his faith and criticizing his proposal to build a wall on the nation's southern border. Quote, "I think he's a terrific person, frankly," Trump said of Francis during an interview with Fox News' Greta Van Susteren that was slated to air Friday night. "But to me, it's illegal immigration," he continued. "I don't think the Pope really understood in terms of the crime problem and the problems of illegal immigration." Now, a Vatican official on Friday sought to clarify the pontiff's widely reported criticism Thursday of Trump's plan to build a wall on the U.S.-Mexico border, arguing that it wasn't a personal attack. Yes, the Vatican actually backpedaled to clarify their statements. Wow, that's a pretty historic moment when you have the head of the Catholic Church, the Pope, actually recanting to clarify his statement to Donald J. Trump. Yes, I believe this is a historic moment where the Pope is bowing to Trump. Wow. Anyway, when asked about Trump, Francis told reporters aboard his airplane on Thursday that a person who thinks only about building walls whenever they may be and not wherever they may be and not building bridges is not Christian. Now, if you have been paying any attention to this story, you will know that there was massive backlash against the Pope because of the 10-foot wide walls that encircle the entire Vatican City. So while the Pope is criticizing Donald Trump for building walls, the Pope lives safely behind the Swiss Guard, behind massive, massive walls. Now, the article continues, Trump, who has identified as a Presbyterian, slammed the comment as disgraceful before tempering his remarks at a CNN town hall later in the day, saying that the pontiff has a lot of personality. An official for Francis said on Friday that the Pope has clearly said he didn't want to get involved in the electoral campaign. Well, I guess he did. And he made his comments about what he was told about the candidate. Now, Donald Trump suggested afterward that he appreciated the Vatican walking back the remarks, telling Fox News, quote, "The fact that he said it, I'm very honored by it." Wow, pretty historic moment. And when I saw that initial comment by the Pope, I was actually shocked that he was weighing in on a specific candidate. And global headlines erupted. I mean, you just take a look at it. It was everywhere across the news spectrum. And now the Pope walking back his statements and essentially bowing to Donald Trump. I know we have a lot of Catholic viewers. I'm not trying to disparage the Pope in that sense, but nonetheless, I think that it's really a unique occurrence. Now, I'm curious, what do you think, though, about the Catholic population itself? If you're a Catholic and you are a viewer of this program, what do you think about the Pope's remarks? Do you hang off of every word the Pope says? If the Pope says don't vote for Donald Trump, would you not vote for Donald Trump? I'm just curious because I was actually having a discussion with my producer about this, and apparently there's about, I think, 22% of the U.S. population that identifies as Catholic. So that is a very significant voting bloc in the United States. So, you know, some have alleged that this was a plot by the super elite to try to put a jab at Trump to take him down, using the Catholic Church and the pontiff to do so, therefore swaying that huge percentage of the population. So if you do identify with Catholic, I'm curious to hear in the comment section, does this impact your, does the Pope have sway over your political candidate's decisions? I'm just curious. So leave your comments below. If you're not a Catholic, what do you think? What do you think about the Pope coming out and making these statements, and then, of course, the Vatican walking them back and clarifying them? Leave your comments below. Subscribe for updates. If you like what we're doing here at the Next News Network, go ahead and give us a thumbs up and share this report. Let your friends know that, well, looks like the Vatican is walking back those statements. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi.
I looked up Trail of Tears. That's down in Jonesboro, Illinois. That's quite a bit south away from us. We're in kind of south central, the very southern edge, I guess what you would say south central. South Central represent. I know, it's just Illinois.
And why is it every time you say you're from Illinois, people automatically assume you're from Chicago?
I don't know. We are nothing like Chicago.
No. I've been to Chicago once, and that was to take the train to Georgia. And the only thing that I think that would draw me to Chicago is that, I don't know, that zoo or something where you can go hang out with penguins. Who wants to get a kiss from Trump? That's not on my bucket list.
Actually started raining here during that video.
Yeah, and then
breaking news.
The other day, I looked out and it was raining. Like an hour later, I came home. It was friggin' snowing. I was like, okay. I'll go to St. Louis before I'll go to Chicago.
Yeah, I've only been to Chicago one time. Uh-oh. Yeah, I've only been to Chicago one time. I'm going to fix my headset here. I've been past Chicago several times, but I've actually only been, and I really wasn't in it. I was in Naperville, I guess, which is real close to it. So, but I've never been like downtown Chicago or nothing.
You're not missing anything. All I saw was this train station, really.
Wow, you do have a real bad hiss on yours.
Sorry, I didn't do it.
I know what it is. Hang on, I'll fix it.
Because really, people don't need to hear me, that's why. I don't need to be on the microphone.
That is, well, when I put on my headset, it's like real loud.
One strand of hair, Karen. I always wondered, like, when he, like, what, well, obviously, it's money, but I'm like, how, he's not attractive at all.
She doesn't have a phantom power unit, so she's got her levels cranked up real high. Give me a moment while I change that.
Ooh.
Hang on a second. Onto it, I got it.
I know, sorry.
It's okay. Not your fault.
I was swinging it at the bottom, I thought. They're talking about Trump's hair. Very funny. Oh, am I even? They can't hear me.
All right, now I got to get your level set. All right, I think you'll hear her audio sounds much better now.
I broke it again.
So, yeah.
I guess I have like gorilla power or something when I'm swinging it around. Anybody want to arm wrestle? Hey, I could totally make money that way.
You sound so much better with that phantom power hooked up. Oops. Wow, that sounded like an explosion or something. I dropped my e-cig on our desk. It's like boom.
Jerry, nobody's robbed the cradle. I don't know why. I don't know. He's 43 and I just turned 38 10 years ago. 10 days ago. 10 years ago.
So I'm going to start doing it I just turned 43 like 10 years ago.
Nanya, hush your face. Don't touch it, just hold the documents.
Yeah, it sounds so much better. She doesn't have that hiss. I mean, there's a little bit of it, but that should be taken out by the mixer. At least I'm hoping.
I guess so, Clovis. I meant 10. It was about 10 days ago.
Oh, thank you, Jeremy. Like I said, we're getting better and better equipment. We have a mixer coming in. I guess it'll be in Monday, and that ought to help it a little bit more. Because unfortunately, we can't run two run two microphone inputs into the back of my PC. Only one can be a mic, and the other one has to be a line in. So
Trap wants to know if we can get a goldfish for the table.
that would be kind of cool, a little goldfish.
I want a dog.
I know, but we can't have a dog
and
here.
a cat.
Meow.
And a ferret. Meow.
Oh, well, okay. A
Ferrets
ferret
do
don't
not
meow.
meow.
How about something that goes? We could totally do that. We keep the cow in the bedroom, and we could feed it, and then chop it up and eat it.
I know what I'm going to name my book now. Why?
Yeah, I'm not worried about this one exploding. There's been a few cigarette or e-cigs explode, but most of the time those are what they call mechanical electronic cigarettes, and I've never used, nor would I ever use, a mechanical e-cig. That's like texting to me. I keep asking what's next. People are going to go back to carving on stone or something because it's a telephone. So, so no, I use variable voltage devices, and these things have so many protection circuits in them that it's not going to explode.
The dogfish documents.
And the other thing is they don't use really good batteries, and in every one of those cases they've used Li-ion batteries, which is a no-no in electronic cigarettes. I've got a purple, well, you may not be able to see it, but it's a purple E-Fest in there. It's an IM or a battery.
Goldfish document.
Right on, Mark. What kind of mod do you use?
I'm throwing the cat at you. They do smell really bad, but they're cute. Little ferrets.
Yeah, the last thing that I heard about any of the four was an article that I did yesterday, and I actually had a chance to release it today, but an article on Sandy. Apparently she has either been released or going to get released, but under very strict stipulations, like she can't even speak to her own husband in any way except through the lawyer. They can send messages back and forth through the lawyer, which is, that's better than nothing. I mean, got to be rough. I understand that, but
The smell. We had a ferret years ago. It was an albino one, and baby ferrets, they have really sharp nails. Well, this one, you would go to sit in the chair, and she'd be on the, like, I don't know, we'd let them kind of roam around a little bit, and she would get on the top of the chair and like jump on my head. And then she'd like brush my hair. But her nails were so sharp that it was practically draw blood because she gets so vigorous with her hair brushing, and I thought I was gonna die.
Yeah, by the way, Mark, I'm familiar with the Joytech e-grip, and those of you that do vape, that will that like to buy devices or like to get a good deal on devices. If you don't know of the website already, madvapes.com, you can get some really good deals there. 101vape, I think it is, .com is another place. I always, if I go to buy a device, I just go to Google and I search the device. It's my big secret on shopping. Just go to Google, type in the exact device that you want, and then click the shopping tab. And then a lot of times you'll find the best deal, which varies from week to week or whatnot. But yeah, I think this was like $50 when I bought it, and I've had it, what, babe, maybe 5 months? So yeah, 5 months ago, paid $50 for a Sigelli 75-watt temperature control. That wasn't too awful bad. I build. I've got a roll right here of 26 gauge Cantle. I wished I had some, I think it's titanium that I need to do temperature control. No, it's nickel. I think it's nickel. I have to use nickel if I'm not mistaken in the Sigelli. This coil I built just yesterday, ooh, I got to replace my battery, is 1.21 ohms. I don't sub-ohm. Yeah, My Freedom Smokes. That was one of the first companies that I went to. I love their root beer float. They make an awesome root beer float.
These guys, they're giving me ideas. Yeah, something about a raccoon mask and call it Mike Jr.
And there you go right there. Purple E-Fest 2500. It's a 35 amp battery. Don't go cheap on your batteries. Number one lesson in e-cigs. They last forever. These are relatively new, but I have two 2000 watt AW batteries, and the other two are like 2500 watt, 2600 watt, something like that, AWs, and they still work. And I've had those for a good 5 years, and those AWs actually still work.
When did this become an infomercial?
No, it's not. Just helping them out on vaping.
I'm just... Don't make me come over there.
Wow, JS Farm and Machine, are you talking about, it's hard for, sometimes I miss a lot of chat. Are you talking about Sigelli, or which one, which brand are you talking about? And no, I'm using Cantle. It's actually, I think Cantle and Nichrome are two different animals. This here, and I could be mistaken on that, but this is Cantle. I do have some Nichrome. Oh, it's not in this case. I don't know where it's at, but I do have some Nichrome. Yeah, I have a 30 watt Sigelli Mini over there, and I actually had to, I cleaned it out. I actually took it all apart. I washed the board off and put it back together, and it took about a week before it started working right again.
Can't you just wash it like a normal human being?
Well, I washed it.
Why do you? Where does that R come from?
I don't know. It comes from Illinois.
Oh, it's because people in New Hampshire took them off, and
that's right. People from Illinois had to put them back.
Why?
No, I haven't heard of Dr. Ohms, by the way. Stainless steel, nice. I hear you, Mark. I don't, like I say, just because I have a high, well, I guess it's considered high wattage. I don't know. I see 150s and 200s out there, but I'm at like 6.7 watts, 2.83 volts, and now I'm reading 1.2 ohms on the coil. So I don't do the high voltage, high wattage, all that. But I do like running a higher wattage device because it can do so very easily. It doesn't put a strain on it too much. I can even notice a big difference if I use my 30 watt Sigelli and the 75 watt Sigelli. It just seems like the 75 watt, it's totally effortless to be able to vape. Wrap at 1.3 ohm. Wow, your coils must be tiny. Like a micro coil, for instance. What do they call that? In a miniature precision screwdriver set, the biggest one in there, I forget how many millimeter it is. I've got it right here. But I use the biggest screwdriver out of a precision set. That's the size of the coils that I make. 7 wraps put me at 1.2 ohms. I can produce a lot of vape. Yeah, I seen Revolution Radio was playing something earlier. I'm trying to avoid restreaming when it comes to that, and it's just because of a couple different things. I don't want to get into it. I don't get into the whole infighting, bickering thing, but Alekin, what are you talking about?
I obviously missed something.
Yeah, it's nothing to build your own coils. The biggest trick to it, though, I'll tell you this, if you haven't seen it anywhere else, take a pair of pliers. When you get your wire off of your spool, put it in a pair of pliers, and if you have a gas stove, that works perfect. If not, get one of those little pencil light torches you can get for cheap, and make sure that you heat the wire up real good, and then it'll wrap real well. So as long as, and also if you can put it on your fixture, whatever kind it is, and heat it up. And then take pliers and kind of crimp it, get it all, your coils nice and tight and close together. That really helps a lot. A lot of little tricks I've learned over the years. Oh, thank you, Kevin. I don't go very long. Every time I go through a tank of juice, I wash everything out real good. And popcorn lung, there hasn't actually been one case of popcorn lung associated with vaping. That the only reason why that was even connected was because of what happened to the workers in those popcorn manufacturing plants. I guess it's the microwave popcorn. But anyway, there hasn't been one case linked to vaping. They use every little thing that they can, and they run with it to try and scare people away from vaping, because the more people that vape, the less money in taxes that they get. Yeah, I mean, there is they say there's a concern with it if you use certain flavorings that's got the I don't know how to pronounce it correctly. It's diacetyl or something like that. I'm not sure how they pronounce it. I've only seen it in words, but I've only seen it worded on the screen, but I've never heard it pronounced, so I don't know how it's pronounced. But anyway, with that, most of your reputable juice manufacturers will not use any flavorings that contain that. So And I don't, so. No, Alec, and I wasn't talking about cars. That was a slip there. I said a tank of fuel. I meant a tank of juice. Oh wow, Karen. Yeah, I don't know. Not even sure what he's got going on over there. Janet, no, they're not really dangerous. There's a lot of misinformation out about them. Some people say, oh, well, they contain antifreeze. No, they don't contain antifreeze. They contain propylene glycol. Antifreeze has ethylene glycol in it. Two totally different animals. Propylene glycol, anytime you chew a piece of gum, a lot of sodas or soft drinks, there's a lot of stuff, a lot of candies and stuff like that have propylene glycol in them. Vegetable glycerin is another one that's in them. Vegetable glycerin is so dangerous that it's used in makeups, and when you get a breathing treatment, that has vegetable glycerin in it. In fact, the vegetable glycerin in it is what causes the vapor, which is also why a breathing treatment has that vapor look coming from it. It's the vegetable glycerin. So,
I am not doing it.
And the flavorings are candy flavorings. So you can literally make just about any kind of flavor vape. It's yeah, exactly, Casper. Vape responsible. That's the biggest key. And bacon. Stay away from bacon vapes. They aren't good. That's an old joke from early on in the vaping days. Yeah, Janet. If you're trying to quit smoking, yes. Janet, will you share with me what kind of cigarettes you smoke and how much you smoke, and I can kind of give you a good idea, because that's one of the biggest thing about vaping, is you need to have somebody that kind of personally works with you, so you know what nicotine strength to start out with, and what kind of juice that you would probably like to start out with. And the reason why, and if you guys couldn't tell, I used to actually sell juice for electronic cigarettes, so I know a lot about it. If you don't get something that you like along the lines of flavor, it's hard to stick with, and along with that, if you don't get a strong enough nicotine strength, it just won't feel like it's doing the job for you. So it's important to have the right strength. It's important to have a flavor that you can stand vaping on all day. Seneca Light with a filter. Okay, how much do you smoke a day? Like how many packs or... Yeah, I hear you, Super Kindle. There's no way I could have done that. I was up to 3 packs a day. Yeah, I hear you, Kevin. It's not easy. You would freak to hear what I started out as, milligrams, because I just could not kick it. And so I kept going up and kept going up. 2 packs. Okay, so 2 packs a day, light cigarettes. If I were you, I would start out at around 18 milligrams. I started out, by the way, 40 milligrams. I made my own juice. I don't think I've seen anywhere where you can buy it that strong, but I started out 40 milligrams, and they say 48 is actually, can kill you. You're welcome, Janet. And somebody had mentioned here, freedomsmokesusa.com. They really have a good selection of juice. It's a pretty good company to deal with. So, yeah, and you can reduce it. I started out at 40 milligrams when I started vaping. I am now down to 12 milligrams. after I get done with another bottle or two, 30 ml bottle of juice, I will move down to 8 milligrams. And then after about a month to 2 months of that, I'll move down to 4 milligrams. And hopefully after a couple more months, I won't even be vaping. Yeah, Freedom Smokes is awesome. That's one of the first companies that I ever bought from before I even started in the business. What?
I just.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the way I
No.
said business.
Huh.
Business. I was in the business.
You do.
I was in the document business.
Never mind. Never mind. Nah, I wasn't even drunk. Where did I find you again?
Right on, Marie. Yeah, they're great. Vaping is the best way that I know of to quit smoking. I've tried it all. I tried the patch. I couldn't get it unstuck from my forehead.
R wanted to know if you haven't smoked, is it bad to start vaping? Even if you haven't smoked.
I would say this. I wouldn't if you haven't smoked previously. I would, if you did, if it's something you really wanted to do, just don't get nicotine in it. I mean, you'll be all right. I don't think it will hurt you, no, but get it without nicotine. Don't get started with the nicotine habit. Right, exactly, Mark. No matter how long I put the lighter on, it just kept going out. Janet, do yourself a favor. Don't go to a local store, okay? Don't go to like your local store and buy your equipment because you're gonna pay through the nose for it. Your best bet is to get it offline, to get it off the internet. Yeah, and Janet, if you get dizzy with an e-cig, then I would definitely drop your nicotine. eBay, I don't know what they're selling on eBay. Janet, if I were you, what I would get started on, because you probably don't want to carry around a big box like what I've got, right? I'm assuming you want something smaller. They make a variable voltage, and that's the only way to go is variable voltage. But they make something called an Ego Twist, and they have knockoff brands of that Ego Twist, and that's what I would go with. Give me just a second. I'll look one up for you. And I would run a tank with an Ego Twist.
Did you find another one of your brothers?
I don't know. What's that?
Alekin's saying you guys have a lot in common. Bad mom, nicotine, humor.
Wow, what's this? Some kind of temperature control bundle. You don't need that. You don't need all that. Why does your site keep flipping out on me? No, I'm already signed up. Let me see here. Batteries and mods. I don't know if I should have picked that one or the Ego style. Yeah, I'm assuming you don't want something really big. So, unfortunately, anything the size of a cigarette isn't worth having. So I'm looking for you something equivalent to an Ego Twist. Or a spinner. Pretty much the same thing. Okay, Janet, the ideal device for you will be something like is in the chat right now. Oh no, it wouldn't let me put it in there.
What are you talking about, Alekin? Are you still talking about? I saw what you said about the last thing you said, but I don't know what you're.
Okay, there you go. You just have to fix that. Janet, just fix that address there. I don't know, for whatever reason it wouldn't let me post that, but that would be the one I would recommend to get to start out.
Wait a minute, who are we tying up here? I don't know. I'm confused.
And don't forget, you'll need a tank for that. I'll look up a tank for you real quick, Janet. That'll fit on that. That's got what they call an ego style thread. So.
That always grossed me out. Chewing snuff. Ooh. I would. Ooh. Well, I was wanting some cookies, but I don't want any more.
And I will give you I'll give you the link to all the ego tanks. You can kind of pick what you want. Here's the link for that, Janet. Hope if
Hey
it won't
there,
put in
Marie.
there. Oh, hey, old Marine. See
No,
ya?
no, not old Marine. I said
Oh.
Marie.
Oh, Marie. Sorry.
He had old Marine on the brain.
I have to do this again with this address, Janet. But this is where you can go and get tanks.
Am I the only mod in here right now?
I think I don't know. I think some might be lurking.
No, I'm the only mod in the room right now, I think. That's fair. Usually I'm like one of the last ones in there. Oh. Well, thank you, Alekin, I think. I don't know how great I am sometimes, but I guess.
Where's that at, Diane? I just seen what you just posted there.
Oh, I was just messing with you, Karen. I was just messing. I mean, it does gross me out, but I'll get over it.
Okay, Janet. Yeah, those are. I mean, it's a relatively cheap place to go. Those are the brand name Ego batteries, which are much better than the knockoffs. And like I said, they're variable voltage, which is what you'll want to start out at or start out with. A lot of people start out with just set bat. What I don't know what you would want to call it. They're not variable voltage, but the thing is each juice tastes better or worse depending on what voltage you're vaping at. And so just because you like one juice at one voltage, you'll like another juice at a different voltage, and so that really limits you if you don't have something that's variable voltage. So. Nah, Jen's in here. She's a mod, and I've got the crown, so I'm the king.
A king that's gonna get punched in the throat if you don't stop sounding like Alex Jones.
Hang on a second. I'll pull it up, Rev. I was on a different screen there. Jen had to get my attention. That's weird. Okay, there it is. All right, let me get this up one moment. All right, we're going to pull Rev up and see what's shaking over there. I was just pulling his screen up. That way to give us a little bit of a break and we can run to the bathroom or whatnot.
Did you have a question? Who that? Where you at?
No, I didn't have a question. I was actually having trouble with my phone call on my end dropping. Sorry, I didn't mean to harass you.
You're not harassing us at all. I thought maybe you were calling in to
well, I have a comment. It's kind of in a different vein. So I was just kind of trying to hold my peace until you guys finished your subject for an opening. But now that it's my turn, I can get into it.
Ladies
so, along the lines of how deep and crazy these conspiracies go and what governments are actually capable of. Not a lot of people knew about the LIBOR case that was going on against the banks. And there were, so there was Adam Lanza, who Sandy Hook was blamed on. His dad's name was Peter Lanza. He was the vice president for GE Financial. And then there was James Holmes.
Oh wow! Hey, caller.
Yes.
You need to go to our main website, go down a little bit and click on Legacy, and then go over to a column that says Conspiracy, and then go to My Sandy Hook Reports.
Okay.
I spent a month in that rabbit hole and completely messed the whole government narrative up. In fact, I got taken off of YouTube with my first channel because of that, showing that and putting out the scanner, the scanner broadcasts from Sandy Hook.
Oh yeah, that whole thing was completely contrived. But see, here's the thing: is you have a lot of people like involved in the truth movement and whatnot who have seen so many of these false flags go down. That now they don't believe anything. They think everything is a total setup. Now, in the way of Sandy Hook, a school that was closed for several years, that's obviously a complete CIA setup with, actors and whatnot. However, there are some of these things that go down where real people die, like, and they might be using, you know, some mind-controlled drone to pull it off, or trying to shut up a couple of guys that are going to testify against banks to do it. But, I mean, it's not necessarily totally contrived. You know, there's, like, so many lines to read between, and, you know, so I think sometimes people get a little lost in that, and
Well,
just
yeah.
think everything is
Hell
contrived.
yeah. Well, hell yeah, of course. You know, I broke down Aurora, and, you know, I was recording those because I knew something was wrong with that. I mean, literally the minute it started. So I recorded live the scanner tapes from Aurora and caught some stuff that was later deleted from the tapes, in which a 911 caller called in, and the dispatcher called out and said that they had caught 3 guys dragging another guy into a van, which is what, military contractors, who was bleeding, and then they didn't know where they went. Now, when Aurora put out the official tapes, that was removed.
Oh, of course.
So, you know, go look at the Aurora tape, you know, my Aurora investigation as well. Actually, I have had so many people steal, I mean, literally take all of my investigation and stuff and steal that and put it up on the web as their own crap.
People do that. Well,
Yeah, you know,
James Holmes' dad,
right.
Robert Holmes, was the scientist for FICO, who was supposed to testify as well. And then Kevin Krim, who was the vice president of CNBC at the time, he was the only one who ran anything about that LIBOR hearing. And it was only on their website. And that day, it was only up for a period of, I think it was 3 or 4 hours. That day, both of his children got their throats cut by the nanny, and then the nanny killed herself by cutting her own throat. Who fucking does that, right?
Somebody was in that theater they wanted dead, and you'll never convince me of anything other. It was really funny. About 6 weeks after that, we had a guy, I think Kerry Cassidy brought him on, and he quoted and he was in there doing, you know, he said he did all this research on that, and then what he did for the next hour and a half while I watched was read my webpage.
That's terrible.
Well, you know, it just happens. It's just, it is. So, you know, but yeah, you know, too many people crying wolf, too many people, you know, screaming Nibiru, too many people screaming chemtrails, too many, you know, people start to get oversensitized to this stuff, and they stop paying any attention whatsoever. They go back to sleep and start playing, you know, Commando 3 or whatever.
Well, I don't know. I mean, for me, I can kind of understand why people who are just now starting to wake up have a hard time swallowing some of this stuff, because it is just so mind-blowing. And it is hard to take it all in and all the information that's flying around and really try and make sense of it, you know. But once you sink your teeth into a couple of these issues and follow the money, like you guys were talking about earlier, follow the names attached to that money, I mean, you know, the whole landscape, it doesn't look so crazy anymore. It looks extremely organized and contrived. And at the same time, all of these, you know, mass shooting events also serve the gun control narrative and keeping everybody under fear and begging the government to come and save them. I mean, it's really layered the way that they can use these events to pull off so many agendas at the same time. And it's shocking to most people, you know?
That I agree. I think that we have a problem of too many people have too much trust that the fair system that we're supposed to have is still, by and large, fair enough that there wouldn't be a suppression of any form of an inside job that would be that horrific. Because I think that there's a feeling that, like, you know, your grassroots kind of law enforcement, you're on your nose to the ground detectives and beat cops and whatever would have seen something and would have used the authority of their office to push for a legitimate investigation, so on and so forth. And if it's not working out that way, that must mean it's just a wacky conspiracy theory. And then eventually, the people that need to keep the interest up for such things in the public eye, as per how our republic works with the American citizens' participation, falls apart.
Exactly. Well, anybody who actually goes to court and deals with our judicial system or has to try and use this system to get their issues addressed, man, we already know that there's a rigged game going on. We already know that they do what they want to do. It's the people who don't ever have to go and stand up for their rights or stand in a courtroom and start asking questions and figure things out. Those are the people who have the luxury of assuming that if they need it, there's a system in place that will help them. But look at what just happened to all the Oregon ranchers and Lavoy Finicum. They tried to use the system. They changed the law. They got gunned down. Shauna Cox, her son-in-law, got blown up with all her guns. Those are the tactics this government uses, and still people see that happen in front of their face, and they still pledge allegiance to a corrupt government that murders people.
May I say something right quick? Actually, I think more of the fact that what you're stating is, yeah, we're having atrocities happen in front of us by our own government, I have to admit. And a lot of people are just eating it up like it's, like it's the Cheerios. And part of the reason why is, as we've grown up, I have to admit, when I was a kid, I was in school, I was, I didn't think the United States government at all had any problems whatsoever. I thought, the president at the time was the hottest thing since, baked bread. I thought our government, no lies, no nothing, anything like that. And then I later, grew up and realized that, there are things that we don't know fully anything about. And there's a lot of atrocities that our very own government does do. But we grow up with this, I guess you could say, blindfold on us. And it's not until we end up having a culture shock, like being thrown into an ice bath, that opens our eyes up. And, about, I'd say 9 years ago, I actually finally started looking in to a lot of the things that I didn't even know really existed. And, it was about, I'd say 2-3 years ago, I actually started looking further into some of these rabbit holes and realized that each rabbit hole really isn't just a hole, it's a web. And a lot of it is interconnected in ways, and a lot of people don't understand that. And,
right.
It's amazing when I look back and realize how, star-spangled struck I was, to believe that my government couldn't be anything. And now I look at some of these people and I wonder how I could have been that naive, because now I tell people straight out, if you don't believe that our government is killing, has killed people on its own soil, if you don't believe that our government is backstabbing you and trying to gain control, you are naive or an idiot.
Well, I think it's willful ignorance, because to acknowledge these things, the very next thing that comes up is, all right, what are you going to do about it? What are you willing to throw on the table? What are you going to do? You have to take responsibility. You can't just hide and unsee that anymore, you know what I mean? And that is what people are afraid of. Because, I don't know, man, just in my lifetime with some of the people that I know, I've seen people that I have a lot of respect for, that are very intelligent, that are well-meaning people, who refuse to look at facts like this because they're scared. They're scared of their entire worldview crumbling down. They're afraid of what they are going to have to risk to take responsibility and do something to change it. And so that's what ticks me off about it is we need more numbers, but we can't get them because everybody is scared to death and hiding.
Well, they're not just scared to death and hiding, and now that they're throwing press in jail, people are getting spooked. I'm having a hard time getting live streamers to go on assignment because they're afraid they're going to go to jail. But listen, man, can you just drop anchor and hang still, because I want to get Eli to finish his question, or the answer to his question. So just stand still where you are, and we're going to go back around the circle. But I want Eli to finish what we were discussing. And the question I had for him was, what you're saying, most people are just going to say
racist and an anti-Semite.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you know it well. So there you go. Go ahead.
And to pick up where I left off, the Jewish people are not Shemites. No way, shape, or form are they Shemites. The Sephardic Jews are descended from Esau, Edom, and from the Canaanites, who were always the most bitter enemies of Israel. There's prophecies in the Old Testament that tell us that these same Edomites will impersonate Israel as a tactic. It's identity theft. So for the last 2,000 years, these Jews calling themselves Israel have been lying to the whole world about their true identity. Okay, so if you want to go back to the big lie, that's the first big lie, right? 9/11. Now, who committed 9/11 that John was just talking about? Well, follow the money. Who's got all the money? The Federal Reserve Bank, the Rothschilds,
the Mossad.
Yeah, Mossad. Who owns all that stuff? Who's creating all these refugees? Who's financing ISIS? Not God's chosen people. They're not God's chosen people. That's the big lie. All right. So anybody who calls me an anti-Semite, tell them, well, I am a Semite. I'm derived. I'm a Hebrew. I'm an Israelite of the Anglo-Saxon tribes. And the Jews are not. So it's a device. The term anti-Semite is a device the Jews use to shout people down and stop the discussion. Okay? And the same is with the word racist. Now, all I have to say about the word racist is, since when do white people do not have the right to defend themselves against attacks from other people? So if all I'm doing is trying to prevent my people from being attacked, which our people are being attacked mercilessly all over the world by Muslims and Jews and Buddhists and Hindus and Pakistanis, etc., etc. And if I point that out, am I a racist? What does the word racist mean? Okay, I'm just pointing out that crimes are being committed against my people, and by stating that, somehow I'm a racist?
Exactly. There's a difference between looking out for your own and actively trying to do harm to another group of people. There's a difference there.
Thank you.
Self-preservation is a very natural part of being a human being, and it's being actively bred out of us, and that's a problem.
Well, here's a point I have to make. Here's what really scares the crap out of these people and makes them have to buy all. This is why on FBO.gov you see them buying 900 extra thousand pairs of tidy whities, because when all of these people realize we're staring down the same barrel of the same freaking gun,
yep,
they're going to start crapping their pants, and that is important to me. I'm trying to bring Pastor Charles Dow on here. Onto this station. I'm still having trouble getting hold of him. He has a black Christian church. I think it's in Tennessee, and he gets it. He gets exactly how the racial divide, propaganda and war is going on.
Has been orchestrated.
Yeah, it's all orchestrated to keep us all separated. And once everybody realizes we're all staring down the barrel of the same freaking gun, they're all going to start crapping their pants, because we're all going to gather up in the same, and we'll start circling them up. So that was my statement.
Yeah.
Okay. May I ask a question, Eli?
Yeah, sure.
I remember back in your previous comment, you were talking about how, the Arab nations and the Semites and the Hebrews and things, about how the mixing of the races, and how there's the leaders of these to help, dictate what to believe in. Couldn't you say the same thing about the Catholic religion? Because
absolutely,
it's not just these certain religions. It's actually almost a very many of the religions, and there's a good many of them that also promote this same thing that we're just talking about, a divide amongst the people.
The Pope is horrible. The Pope is terrible. Catholicism is as bad as Judaism, is as bad as Hinduism, is as bad as Islam. You have to understand that the papacy was a ruthless, murderous regime before the Reformation, and tried to continue that during the Reformation, and was finally put out of the military business after Napoleon took the military away from the papacy. Okay. But they were burning people at the stake as late as 1866. The Catholic Church was. Okay. They've just had their military power taken away from them. They're just as evil as ever. Okay. They're not Christian. The Catholic Church is not a Christian church. It's a mockery of Christianity. So when Paul set up congregations, not churches, the Greek word is ecclesia, which means congregation. He set up independent congregations that elected their own elders, your aldermen. That's where the term alderman comes from. Okay, that they selected their own bishops, their own priests, etc., etc. No overarching hierarchy of a ordained priesthood ordained by some outside force, such as the papacy, was ever envisioned by Paul, and Martin Luther rejected it. He said the only intercessor between the Christian and God is Jesus Christ. We don't need no stinking Catholic priest. Thank you.
All right. Well, here, Eli. Here's another one. All right. So we've been watching everything going on out in the out in the Midwest, in the Northeast or the Northwest, and all that stuff. And we talk about Zionists and who Zionists really are. And I got somebody in the chat room. Is this a show about God? No, this is a show about history, folks. This is a show about history. It has nothing to do with God. I'm probably the least religious person you'll ever meet.
I don't know. You got me.
I believe that there might be a God. I don't know. He hasn't showed up at my door and tried to sell me any carpet shampoo lately. But anyway, just my point being is, we look at what's going. Now we have a people. Church of Latter-day Saints, the Mormons, okay? They have a very great point in what they're doing, but was not the leader of that saying that they were the 12th tribe?
Well, yeah, there's all kinds of claims. The Jehovah's Witnesses claim to be the 144,000, right?
Right.
But they can't be, because the book of Revelation clearly defines 144,000 as 12,000 members of the 12 tribes. That's how you get your 144,000. And that's a genetic fact. In the Old Testament, it says that the new covenant will be made with the house of Israel and the house of Judah, which is all 12 tribes. And Jesus said, I come not but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. He didn't say I come for the Muslims. He didn't say I come for the Jews. He says I come for Israel. Okay. So what's Israel's role? Israel's role is to set the example of liberty. And we find that King Alfred the Great set the example of liberty. In other words, rule of law, where everybody has to obey the law, including the king, including the government, including the president, which nowhere has ever happened except in merry old England under common law, and in America under the U.S. Constitution, which is directly derived from common law, which is directly derived from the laws of Moses. Okay, so we're the only people that have ever had this tradition of representative government. I'm talking true republicanism, which is local rule. Okay, the federal government is an agency of the states and the people respectively. The federal government is supposed to obey the will of the people. Of course, it doesn't do that anymore. That's the problem. We have a dictatorial government, and it's run by banksters and communists. That's the problem.
Well, yeah, and I agree with that 100%. So let's move this on right into my next rather in-depth and point that's probably going to piss a lot of people off.
Go for it.
Oh, well, here, right?
Yeah. All right. So when two football teams gather up and they both pray to God that their team will win, it makes you, why would they do that? Because, I mean, quite honestly, God,
right,
at this point, in this period of our history and time, he does not care, because he gave dominion over this earth unto his wife, Astaroth, or Isis, or Lucifer, the morning star, the Venus. Yeah, I've done my research too, man.
Well, you're talking about Lucifer.
Yeah, Lucifer. Lucifer is not is not the name of a male, and it's another name for Astaroth, which was God's wife, or Yahweh's wife,
well, I don't know where you get that from.
who apparently had a really nasty divorce.
Well, that's not in the Bible. The Bible doesn't say anything about Yahweh having a wife other than Israel. Okay?
Well, I mean, okay, you just locked my point. You just locked my point. I don't know if you did it by accident, but you just locked my point. If you go into and look at the Apocrypha, and where Dante got his Inferno, and they talk about the war in heaven. God talks. Yahweh had a wife, which was Astaroth, which turned out to be Isis and Lucifer and the morning star and Venus and all of these things through Greek mythology and all that kind of stuff. Well, I'll send you my research on this if you want me, and
Well, you're not getting that. You're not getting that from Christian or Israelite literature.
No, I'm not. I look at everybody's literature. I don't just lock myself into one place.
Right. Well, you have to differentiate the biblical Israelite literature from everything else.
Well, I also look at mythology.
Makes these accusations that Yahweh had this wife and that wife. The Jews say that Adam had a wife called Lilith, but there's nothing in the Bible about that. So all this extra biblical stuff, I don't buy it.
Well, I'm not talking about biblical stuff. I studied mythology in college. So that's where I'm at. I'm talking about mythology.
Okay, understood.
Well, may I state something? Earlier, you were mentioning Hawk about you and Eli were mentioning about the Constitution, and Eli was speaking about how the Constitution, where our government has to abide by its own rules. Well, look at how our current situation is. We've had our own rule dealing with the Constitution, in which our government has found ways to move around it. They try to treat it like it's a living document. They try to find loopholes. They try to find ways around it. By any means, it doesn't seem that we are anywhere near perfect or anywhere even in the ballpark of being in the right direction that we need to be today. It may have started out as such, but I think it's completely far off of the base from where it should be. And in the views of religion, I take it you are a religious man, Mr. James.
Yes.
Sure. I grew up with a father that was a preacher, and so I have to admit today I look more at religion broadly because he even himself was looking into it a good bit. But looking at the two subjects together about how religion and state should be separated, it seems like we have religion trying to dictate voters how to control the state, and then we have the state finding ways around the very rules and regulations that should govern them that are by the people.
Okay, well, I see it very much differently. I see actually the left dictating to the government way more than religion. Okay, the left with, let's say, feminism, homosexuality, pornography. I mean, our government and our media are just full of left-wing ideology. I don't see how the right wing actually has any influence in our current government at all.
Well, I think of it more of like a scale, because yes, you've got, humans, humankind, which are going to be humans. I mean, the average male, and it's a scientific fact that they think about, sex every 8 seconds, but that's on average. That's not every male. But
well, I'm thinking about God right now. I'm only thinking about sex because you just said it. You see?
Okay, can everybody kind of stand by a minute? You know, Deacon John, attorney at law, has been here with us, being extremely patient, and I'm sure he has something to say too. What do you got to say, Deacon? Maybe I caught him in the bathroom. He got tired of just sitting here talking, waiting.
Right.
Hey,
Well, go ahead and finish your thought.
But pretty much what I'm stating is, humans are going to be humans. That's going to be no matter what. Humankind is very much, imperfect, and anybody that thinks that, humankind is perfect, they might as well stop licking a window. But, considering what the Pope just did recently, how he pretty much spoke about Donald Trump, stating that any man that would build walls between people isn't Christian. Don't you think that's a bit of a contradictory statement in a way?
Well, the Catholic Church has been universalistic in fact, the word Catholic means universal. And the Catholic Church has been imperialistic, universalist church from the very beginning, with the aim being to rule over all nations. So that's why the Pope, at the same time, the Pope is an absolute hypocrite because he tolerates pedophiles. And, how can you justify the influx of all these Mexicans into America who've paid no taxes, who are fleeing a narcocracy, a drugocracy, whatever you want to call it. And nobody ever says, well, why don't these countries get their own act together? Why is it that the American people should be taxed to pay to solve their problems when we fought a revolution to get rid of our corrupt people? Why can't Mexico do the same? Why can't France do the same? Why? This is taxation without representation. When we're forced to pay for something that's happening in a completely different country that we have no responsibility for, who's wanting to make us pay? Again, it's organized Zionism.
And I have to say thank you for saying exactly what I was hoping you would.
All right. Okay, everybody hold on. We have new callers get preference. So 803. You're on the air. Who dat? Where you at? And who you want to talk to?
Oh, me?
Yeah. Yes, you.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Here we go. Basic information. Now, when it comes to when you mention Ashira herself is mentioned in ancient books of the Torah, which is the Judea Bible, which ancient Hebrew, they mention Ashira, and she was removed because she did not support the ideas of there being a one single man God. Ashira herself is not Lucifer being the first angel of light created by God. She is the wife of God, the complement to him. I just wanted to clarify that up just a little bit. Now, I understand Dante's Inferno is a fictional work that was written by a Catholic man, Dante,
right?
Who, at the time, if you look at any other god but the single God of High Elohim or Yahweh, that is considered Satanism.
Well, yeah, after there was a certain point in history, I think it was after Egypt, in which, before that, the idea of deity was a man and a woman. Am I wrong?
Well, in the ancient Greek mythology, the first creature created by their version of God, the Creator. Well, the very first creation of that God was a man-woman hybrid, and he became so jealous of their power, of their unity, that he broke them up, sending each half to wander the universe or wander the earth to look for each other's half. That's where we get the idea of my better half or my soulmate, because we were at one time one, and because of a jealousy of the higher power of us, because we were unified, that he broke us up.
Right, and then the Catholic Church broke it into three with the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost.
Yes, this is
true. It was a deity of three. Honestly, in my opinion, if you really want to get, I've always been, here we are in the year 20, and there's very little information in history, in written text that has survived more than 800 years. So,
and if you want to go even further and in depth into things, they found ancient tablets written in ancient Hebrew and Cherokee burial mounds in the East Coast that said in the name of Judea. They have found odd things like marker stones in the middle of the Hopi deserts, where the Hopi live in the desert in ancient Hebrew, and they just can't explain why this is.
Yeah, actually,
I myself will tell you that I am not perfect, that I am just man, and as man I am flawed by divine design. I have done my time, I've put in my due diligence, and I have read not just the Christian King James book. I've read parts of the Torah, the full Torah. I've read the Book of Mormon. I've read parts of the Mahjong scriptures. I've read into Taoism. I've read into Buddhism. I've read into all sorts of different religions. And the main thing about all these different religions is not to just mainly focus on our God Ahai, Elohim, or Yahweh, Yeshua, his son. It's to love one another, to be kind to one another, to reach out your hand in openness to help uplift each other, not in closed fist. And that is just my small opinion.
Well, yeah, you're absolutely. We have a place here in Kentucky in which we found a rock off the cliff, but continuously trying to destroy it and paint over it. And it is over in Manchester, Kentucky, sitting there, and it is covered up with several of them indecipherable, but some of them decipherable with several languages: ancient Judaic, Hebrew, Egyptian, and what is that?
Phoenician.
Yeah, Phoenician.
Right.
All over that rock, and they went and looked at the rock, time dated it, and it goes back to not after Columbus came here, but it goes back to over 1,400 years ago. Go look that up and look at that rock. I have been at that place. I used to take care of the hospitals network in Manchester, and I went by that, and I always had to stop when we came out of there just to look at that and just be freaking amazed. And then I went and did some research to look at where that came from, and you could literally, by looking at Google satellite, that where they cut that rock off the wall to keep it from getting destroyed, and there's more of it up on the wall. They just got the main parts of it. You can see, yeah, you can see that area was set up as a battlement. Some people don't understand what a battlement is.
This goes to part of my argument is man himself. We bicker and we complain and we fight over these written words written by that have been edited and changed for the past 2,000 years. Even Paul himself and Peter himself, I think, it might have been Peter, mentioned that it was only 2 years after Christ had died and people were trying to bastardize his message.
Oh, yeah.
The real message I think we need to concentrate on is that we need to unify each other with open hand to each other, to love thy neighbor. Because only that way we really fight these people, these monsters, these beasts of the field.
I agree with you 100%. I have a Bible that has come down through my family that is not an English Bible, but it is a direct translation Bible. The covers are made out of wood. It comes from the late 1600s. It's come through my family all the way through. And I have sat down and took the Bible, put it right next to the King James Bible, and went through it page by page by page. It is not the same book.
No, sir, it is not. And neither is the Bible, King James Bible, going to be the same. Neither will it be the same as the same script that the Catholics use in their main Catholic Church, the Roman Catholic Church. Nor will it be the same as they use in the Greek Orthodox or the Russian Orthodox. These are just dividing points, dividing lines. We need to remember the main point of Yeshua was to save us and to give his divine sacrifice to cover us. And remember his message. Do not let his message be in vain.
Exactly, and I agree with that 100%, which just tells you that every time the Bible is rewritten, it gets changed a little bit, and a little bit, and a little bit. And my Bible's only 400 years old. What about the rest of Earth?
Show me that Bible when I was there.
Excuse me?
You didn't show me that Bible when I was there. Why not? I would have loved to have seen that Bible.
Dude, you came and went so fast, I didn't have a chance.
What was Eli? Were you at Hawks Fest?
Yeah, he was. He came and went so fast.
We must have met. I don't recognize you though.
He went fishing.
But anyways, Nighthawk.
He's probably busy practicing for the Black Sabbath show. That's probably what it was. That's how I missed you.
Right. Yeah.
Anyways, Nighthawk, y'all at the Revolution Radio. My name is Rage Wolf. I'm a moderator over there at the Watchman. It was nice listening to you, and I enjoy hearing the show. The only reason I called in was because I heard you slightly misquote something about Ashira, and to me, the true ignorance, the true enemy here is ignorance, and I just wish to help to enlighten people.
Well, hey,
I become enlightened, we become illuminated, and when we become illuminated, it makes their little man's club just a little bit bigger, and they really fucking hate that.
Well, I appreciate that. We all make mistakes, and we all, I look at so much every day that if anybody ever catches me saying I never make mistakes, you're welcome to come down here and slap me up. Slap me up the backside of the head.
I will tell you, you are as me. You are only but man and flawed by divine design. And as man, we are all children of God and carry the spark of the divine.
All right. Thank you very much.
And God bless, and you have a wonderful night. I yield the floor.
Okay, John. Thank you.
I have a thing I'd like to share.
All right, hold on. We're still waiting to see if Deacon has anything to say. I've tried him twice.
Yeah, I was actually about to ask about him.
I am here.
There you are, Deacon. Weigh in, man. You've been in it. I called for you earlier. I think he was taking a leak.
No, I was grabbing a bite to eat. So what I gather you were talking about the Bible? Is that what you were talking about?
Well, we're talking about a whole bunch of stuff, so.
Okay. I don't really have much to say. Everything philosophy and religion and culture, so I don't agree with any of it because I think you're confused.
Well, give us one example, and we can talk.
Like for example, the expose on the Jews and their culture, and they're not really Jews and stuff. I that was so confused. I just couldn't even follow it.
Okay. All right. Well, here, let me try to explain it to you, because we've got two groups of people claiming to be Israel: the Caucasians and the Jews.
Caucasians are not Jews.
They're not
ethnically, they're not biologically, ethnically, culturally, or religiously Jews. They can't be Jews.
We're not Jews. I'm not saying we're Jews. I'm saying we're Israelites, and I'm saying the Jews are not Israelites, and we can prove it.
Oh, that's silly.
No, it's not silly. It's the
Yes,
truth.
It is. It's not the truth. It's
All
your
right.
opinion because you
Don't,
got confused.
it's not my
You don't
opinion. It's
understand
the truth.
what you're
You go to
talking
my
about.
website, Anglo-Saxon
All
Israel.
right, everybody calm down. Calm down.
Over 1,000 slides proving it.
Calm down one at a time.
You need to take a college course, a couple college courses.
I've taken
on religion
college courses.
and one on logic. Because what you
I've
say
taken
makes
logic
absolutely no sense
courses.
whatsoever.
You're the one who's wrong because you're believing Jewish lies.
Okay, all right.
Do you know the difference between a lie and a true statement?
Okay. You've convinced yourself that you have this great theory and no one else knows it, but nobody who's formally trained.
Are you willing to look at the evidence? That's the point. Are you willing to look at the evidence? If you're willing to look at the evidence, go to my website, Anglo-Saxon Israel.
Tell me about the evidence.
I have a slideshow proving from scripture and from historical records that the Caucasian people are derived from the 12 tribes of Israel.
Oh, that's
and
silly.
the
I've
Jews
never
are
heard that
not.
before. That's
Well, I know
silly.
you've
I've
never heard
a
it. That's why you don't believe it.
Or
Mister.
cultural
Listen,
anthropology.
mister. If you want
Hey,
the
guys,
evidence,
calm down.
look at it.
Hey, calm
I've got
down.
the evidence, and you're the one who's being thick-headed because you don't want to look at the evidence. You're saying it's
my
not
God,
possible because you never heard it before.
I'm saying it's not possible because people who are experts in history, cultural anthropology, physiology, et cetera,
You're wrong. You're
no.
wrong. You better
No.
look at evidence. I'm showing you where the evidence is. It's up to you to look at the evidence. It became known as the Caucasian people, and
no, that doesn't work
okay.
like that. No,
Yes, it does. The
No, it
Bible
doesn't.
says
In your
it.
mind,
The
it
Bible
does,
says it,
but not in
and
reality.
you are refusing to look at the evidence.
Okay, here's what you just said. Let me restate what you just said.
Gave you a
just
logical
said-
explanation.
Is there any possibility I can get you two guys to talk one at a time?
Let me. Okay, here's the thing. You just said because some of the Jews in ancient times got removed or went to the Caucasus Mountains, they're Caucasians.
Israelites.
Okay, whatever term you want to call them, just
Gotta use
because.
correct terminology.
Okay, all right. So what I'm saying is the Israelites spend as they're Caucasians. That's silly.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's not
Why is it
real.
silly?
It's not factual.
Why is it
because
silly?
They're separate. Because the people that descended
pass
from
that goes through the Caucasus Mountains today is still known as the Pass of Israel.
Eli, calm down.
No, I won't calm
No,
down because this guy's absolutely wrong, and he won't listen to the evidence.
All right, but listen, he has not looked. Listen, guys, hush for a second.
This guy is calling me illogical. He's calling me ignorant. He's saying I'm a liar. With the whole world.
I didn't say you were a liar.
Okay, you were saying I was ignorant and illogical.
All right, can you guys listen? Can you two guys listen to me for a second?
Sure.
All right, so can we have one guy talk and another guy talk, and then and do this properly? Because anybody getting into an argument with two people.
Okay, here, let me just make one comment, kind of off point. There are a lot of people who believe 9/11 was done by Arabs with box cutters, and I think John even said, I couldn't believe I was so taken advantage of by believing that lie. Right?
Well, me too.
There's a 2,000-year-old lie, but that says the Jews are God's chosen people, Israel. I'm saying it's a lie. It's a fictitious story. It's a case of identity theft. I can prove it. I've based my whole internet career as a radio announcer proving it. So somebody comes along and says he's never heard of it before, accuses me of all kinds of things, which I've heard this before, but I keep on doing what I'm doing, and nobody has ever proved me wrong. Nobody. Okay.
All right. Well, let's just pick up this debate on another day after Deacon can go look at your website. Because
sure. I hope he does.
So anyway,
and then we can talk turkey about facts, historical facts, and biblical facts.
Anyway.
Okay. Does somebody want to bring up a different subject?
All right. So is everybody done fighting now?
I'd like to change something.
Here comes Ronda Rousey.
Oh, don't talk about my girlfriend like that. But anyway, I'm just waiting for her to go into her professional wrestling career and stop all this real fighting and do some fake fighting that's really entertaining.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Me, I'm just staying out of this, man. I'm not stepping in this minefield.
Well, I got a good point. Western flood story, as in not the Noah story, is the one from Babylon, which is also close by. But there are many other cultures also. So I believe that
Filfish, yes,
right, and I'm not trying to go there. But what I am trying to go is that as far as that lost knowledge is concerned, something that transcended of that knowledge pool from amongst those stories would be something that carried over from that antediluvian age to and they held those as secrets, and it wasn't just Noah. It would have been all these different groups. I'm already forgetting the name of the darn Babylonian one, and then the others I just haven't paid enough attention because I haven't been studying that very intently. But we all know what I'm talking about. We've all heard about the fact that the flood mythology is a global mythology, and is thus evidence that there was a flood, and thus the previous civilization was washed away. Anything they would have written down would have rotted away in the water. Like books don't last long when you soak them in water and put them up to violent weather. They don't last at all. Paper's extraordinarily inefficient as a record-keeping device. But whoever built these various arcs, these very small tribes of one family, effectively, would be holders of those antiquities, and then they would have created, as one of their earliest infrastructure projects, someplace.
Someday I got to teach you, Steve, the art of summary.
The art
getting to the point.
Well, I was making a big exposition.
But you're right. You're writing a print article. You're not doing a summary. You're on the internet. Remember?
All right. Well, okay. I made my big point is that's where you start to look in the modern era for those things, is through these mythologies and trying to trace where they physically actually were, where their people, or those lineages that survived the flood came from, and then we can actually get to hopefully finding something.
Yeah, I agree. That's actually what the Bible is. It's a record of Noah, and the men and women preceding Noah. They're listed. And one of the interesting things in my research on the pre-flood era, it shows that there was actually a canopy around the earth, and that the atmospheric pressure was about twice what it is now after the canopy collapsed. So you were able to get living a lot longer because the air was cleaner, the water was purer, et cetera, et cetera. Plus, you had this double atmospheric pressure. They found axe heads that predate the flood, and it shows that they were cast in twice the atmospheric pressure that we have today. There's all kinds of evidence, and all kinds of animals that became extinct because of the drastic change in the environment post-flood. So there's absolutely clear-cut evidence.
Oh, you know what? You scared the crap out of me. I thought you were getting ready to go into flat Earth.
Oh, no. Right. No, I'm on your side on that.
Oh, thank God somebody is.
Yeah. Well, the Bible doesn't teach a flat Earth. It absolutely does not.
No, the flat Earth flat Earth, everybody started going into that. I went back and instead of researching flat Earth, I researched the origins of flat Earth. And flat Earth comes 100% from Islamic doctrine, in which the Earth is flat. It circles around Mecca. The Catholic Church picked that up because they understood how that could be used to control minds. And do realize they burned people at the stake for going against that for a very long time, until about the 1400s. And the only way that anybody was ever able to battle that was promising gold, i.e. Christopher Columbus, all that, and the Spanish coming over here and stealing the gold and resources of the people over here in the Americas.
Yeah, very interesting.
Not to mention, there is nothing in our natural, scientific, physical law in the whole infrastructure of what we know is actual laws of physics, not theoretical stuff, not even quantum, that supports a model that has like the great like Arctic expanse that which we're like a little petri dish, the way that they describe. It's very clever. I have to admit that their model for flat Earth with the North Pole at the center of a disk. And
again, Steve, summary, but that again, as I said, that is an Islamic model that was adopted by the Catholics in the 1600s, that was a model came from Islamic nation, and it was adopted by the Catholics in the 1200s. I'm sorry, I gave the wrong date. And used again from there. So, I think we burned that out, and I don't want to talk flat Earth. So just get
Hey,
rid
listen,
of it.
you want to put a nail on the coffin? They finally have acknowledged in mainstream science the existence of, but through measurement, of gravitational waves, thus making Einstein.
That was awesome. I broadcasted that live stream. That was freaking awesome. I mean,
that is a breakthrough.
I'm a space freak. I love that. I love that kind of crap.
Yeah, we're possibly, if we can follow that as a model for new physics for applied sciences and for doing things like space travel and energy efficiency, like that could be a cornerstone that we can all that all science can acknowledge. And hell, maybe we'll have that Star Trek society without all that nasty socialism.
Well, actually, the Star Trek, without the national.
That's my point.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, but it's like all this mentality of, the universe is made of communion discs is kind of ridiculous.
Right. It is made of pixels, however, 3D pixels.
Okay.
We're going into the dimensionals now.
No, I don't really want to go there. So anyway,
no, it's not flat Earth of the universe. What's the difference between the energetic particles that make up, like the substance that the parts of atoms are made up of? When you zoom in on a neutron, a proton, or whatever, what is it other than like a three-dimensional pixel in many respects? And that's the holographic universe theory.
Exactly.
All right. Well, hey, listen, folks. Can everybody hold on just for a second? Okay. First of all, area code 702-605-4277 if you want to call into the show. Number 2, anybody that wants to donate to our field reporters, the fund to keep our reporters out on the scene, like today with that amazing turnout in Idaho.
Oh.
If you donate $75, I'm going to send you a Silver Eagle. Make sure when you make that donation, you put your address in the notes to seller so that gets to you.
Okay.
All right. So it's not, I'm not selling silver, but I am sending you a token of our appreciation. And, so there you go. Anyway, go ahead, folks. Stop biting.
Follow.
Okay, I'm putting a link in the chat room to the slideshow. The Migration Chronicles, demonstrating from scripture and from historical records who real Israel is. And there, like I said, there's actually thousands of volumes proving it, but all of these volumes have been suppressed by the same people who attacked the Twin Towers at 9/11, who have created the Federal Reserve Bank, and who control the media and education and everything else today. So, I mean, once you see the big picture, you can see how easy it is to suppress suppress things that should be common knowledge.
Well, everything is suppressed. We looked at the Department of Justice today. Basically, just to sum it down to a small part, that if you go to Oregon or travel to Oregon if you okay, let me put the statement clearly. If you go to Oregon to commit illegal acts, or to excuse me, commit illegal acts, or to commit oh crap, god damn it,
you're trying to say.
Yeah, I know, I'm not sure what I'm trying to say.
I remember what you're trying to say, Hawk, because I remember.
Please repeat it, because I forget the exact wording.
Pretty much what you told me earlier, and you actually showed it to me, is that anyone with the intention of going to Oregon to commit any type of illegal act, or anything that could be considered an illegal act. And I remember the comment you had after it was a little colorful, and I'll hold that part back. But pretty much the point was, how can you arrest somebody for having the intent to do something? How do you know that they have the intent?
I smell Big Brother.
Well, and the other thing that they will arrest you for is civil disobedience. That was the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, that's what Lavoy Finicum was doing. But remember, he had his hands up when they shot him. Unlike Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri, he never had his hands up.
Yeah, I mean, we have torn that video apart, and we discovered that they said that was unedited, but we discovered it was edited because they removed the part in which one of the guys jumped out of the truck.
Oh wow! Well, you can see clearly muzzle flashes and snow. Where bullets hit the snow, and the girl who was inside the testimony was 100% video, and they opened fire on that car, riddled it with 120 bullets, and Lavoy Finicum is right. The BLM is an unconstitutional agency. They have taken total illegal authority over the ranchers and the state of Oregon and other states in the West. And they are one of the alphabet soup agencies created by federal dictator Roosevelt. So here we go. Is the government responsible to the people? The Constitution says we the people. It doesn't say we the BLM. It doesn't say we the feds. Okay? Mm-hmm. And all of those BLM agents, I saw a video of a lady getting up and addressing them and says, you work for us. We are the people. We're the taxpayers. We pay your salaries. You're supposed to do what's good for us. You're not supposed to be killing us. Okay? So America has a really serious problem, but it's all over the world. It's not just America. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Everybody has stood up and paid attention now, and I think that's kind of important that we keep the snowball moving.
Yeah. Yeah. So the Constitution is really what's at issue here. And the Bundys, the Finicums, the Hammonds, and all those other people out west know the Constitution better than most Americans, and certainly better than the BLM and the federal government. The federal government has no interest in obeying its own laws. That's the problem.
And see, that I fully agree. And building off of what Hawk said earlier, and a side note, if anybody's ever on the air, don't eat taco salad. But if
hey, never trust a Taco Tuesday part.
Yeah, well, what's sad is that sorry about that. I ended up getting a bit of my taco salad stuck. But you are actually very right, Eli. It seems like all these, that we have so many different initials out there nowadays. And, it builds off of what Hawk was saying earlier, is a lot of people aren't realizing that, we're having all these new groups, like we have Department of Homeland Security, and then we have, CIA, FBI, NSA, who knows how many other, initials, including BLM, that seem to be following their rules and not the ones that need to be. And nobody's understanding that we're soon going to be looking all down at the same barrel, because it's not going to be all these different divided groups. Eventually, it's going to pretty much do like that drop of oil that is with other drops of oil. Eventually, it's going to conglomerate into just one monstrous mass, and we're all going to be staring down the same barrel. And it reminds me of a movie I saw, or was it a TV show? I can't remember exactly, where it was this government that had taken over an area, and they pretty much made all the different police the same group, including the military, and there was no difference.
Mm-hmm. Well, another thing that needs to be pointed out is a lot of these stormtrooper type police in Obama's police force, even local police force people, are going to the Israeli state to learn their stormtrooper tactics. Okay. And the Israeli state is not America. They don't have the same laws that we do. And they have basically, it's a military occupation state. So they're teaching our police officers how to occupy military style America.
Michael Bloomberg, speaking on MSNBC with Rachel Maddow, New Year's Eve of 2011 or 12 or something like that, specifically told her right there on national television in front of everyone that I am in command of the NYPD, the largest, he used the words paramilitary, the largest paramilitary organization on the planet.
Wow.
Yes.
So New Yorkers were just told, the whole world was just told that New York is under martial law by military occupation, and nobody cares.
Right. Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, I actually remember hearing that and watching the video of that, and it kind of, I have to admit, I sat back and I was just like looking at this like, are you serious? Because when I saw it, I was like, there are a lot of law enforcement out there nowadays that look to New York Police Department and LA SWAT and other police departments as pretty much a model and example to follow behind. And when I saw that and heard about it, I was like, are you serious? Now, every hot shot out there that is looking to get a badge and looking to get over, get some power over anybody, they're going to be looking at this as, oh, I am unstoppable. And I've actually seen that happen with many officers, and there's quite a many that are getting caught for it. Like on, there's one that's out there called Cop Watch, where an officer got himself caught. And then there's, people like Gavin Sim that's out there. They're catching these officers that are trying to go above the law.
Sure. Yeah.
It's actually called Cop Block.
You knew what I meant.
Oh, but the listeners, it's called Cop Block.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to punch that into the search engine. They got to go in the right direction. So we're not nitpicking. We're just the audience.
It's cool. I still have Nacho stuck.
Nacho stuck.
Okay, I just put a link in the chat box there and this is from the Jewish Virtual Library. It's a Jewish source admitting that U.S. police officers receive training in Israel. And they come back and they learn how to be thugs in Israel, and they come back to America and they're first-class thugs.
I find it funny that actually looking at it right now, and what I find hilarious is one of the main things I actually notice here in paragraph 2 is dealing with the year 2002 Los Angeles Police Department. And it just goes back on what I was literally just saying about how these police departments look to these like New York police, New York police, and they look for Los Angeles.
Right. And of course, New York and LA and Chicago and Miami, San Francisco, the ADL has been involved in all of this, and the ADL was sued by Arab Americans in San Francisco because the ADL spies on them. The ADL spies on American citizens, but they're so powerful. Their lobby is so powerful that they get away with it. It's against the law, and they were sued by this Arab American group, and the American this group won, and the ADL had to pay like $6 million. But of course, the judge he reduced the fine, I think, to $2 million, and then the whole thing got.
That doesn't surprise me at all. That really doesn't. It, you know, if there's one thing I have learned so far about our justice system, is that anyone, you know, I have to admit, I am praying for the people that are being held right now from the refuge, but I have no faith in the justice system, and I believe that, you know, and this is my personal view. I'm not saying that this is based on anything. My personal view, I feel that they're going to get hung out to dry because it's literally a stacked deck. It is a load of crap that they are pushing onto people that they have a fair chance, when it's actually common knowledge that you can look up that, you know, it's even if you need to sue the U.S. government, you actually have to ask U.S. government permission to do so.
Well, hey, hold on 1 second. You do realize that Oregon is the only state in this entire country that has no bail or bond system?
Really?
Would you, if you were going to go into a state? Now, I'm not calling these guys bad. I'm just calling there's a little bit of stupidity in here. Because these guys went to Oregon, and it's been well documented well before this that Oregon has no bond or bail system. It is completely up to the judge, 100%, whether to cut your ass free until your trial.
And see, that's what I find funny, is because, you know, that just stacks the deck even higher. Yeah, I have to admit that was kind of a, I guess you could say, a trip on their behalf in choosing location to go to. But, you know, how do we know that the judge was, you know, doing the right thing? How do we know that?
Doesn't even matter. Do you realize that they are going to charge and try Clive Bundy in Oregon over those federal indictments?
Oh yeah, he got caught there.
Well, not my point. And why would they do that? Because Oregon has no bail or bond system.
Now, if I may say, I think that the one thing that maybe in the Patriots' faith is that this kind of thing, with what it is, may take some time. And with that time, we here on the ground, who are the supporters of the Patriots and what they are doing, have time to build a coalition to talk about this, to get all the facts straight, to make the whole thing go. And if we can take command of the narrative for the people, then there's a possibility that, you know, I hate to talk about it in political terms, but like basically political pressure on the court, when you have that much of a focus, that much of an attention by a large group, whether it's on TV or not, we have seen what stuff that even whether it's on, it's does that judge want to be a?
This is what we've got to face. And now, how do we attack? How do we attack? Well, we support the people in Oregon as best we can, and give them the facts. They need the council. Yeah.
Eli, not just Oregon. It's everywhere. It's everywhere, not just Oregon. It's everywhere. Those guys are our focus right now, but we also have 2 men sitting in a prison at Terminal Island for, you know, something, you know, a double jeopardy incarceration that nobody seems to be paying attention to. It all got lost.
Yeah. And see, that's why I have to thank you, Hawk, because your fussing at us about this actually got me back looking through some of the files I have on my computer, and I'm actually currently looking at the indictment that came through, dealing with Ammon Bundy all the way through, you know, Kenneth Medenbach, I can't pronounce his name correctly, dealing with them in violation of Title 18 United States Code 372, you know, count 1, conspiracy to impede officers of the United States. So I have to thank you for getting my getting me back to checking my facts.
Conspiracy. Now, how are they going to prove that? It's incredible. The FBI is accusing people who were assaulted by the FBI of conspiracy.
But it's not a conspiracy anymore.
Right. I mean, everybody knows. Everybody knows that the system is corrupt. You can't have a corrupt system without a bunch of conspirators defying U.S. law and state law and local law and county law, especially. And here's one of the major issues that we can speak about in generalities, namely the county sheriff. I just posted Posse Comitatus and how the U.S. government is prohibited by law from attacking the American people. The FBI is operating in a military capacity by killing Americans. They're in violation of Posse Comitatus. They did the same thing at Waco. They did the same thing at Ruby Ridge. So, and I agree, John and Steve, what amazes me, and you expressed it too, Nighthawk, the American people just don't care.
And I think part of the reason why they do that is because they've gotten so used to bowing down to it. I think they have grown up, in these chains, and they haven't been awakened to it. They don't realize that what's happening to them is bad. They don't realize what's going on is wrong. They've grown up on that side.
Oh yeah, in my own chat room at my station, we have a lot of people that have been there a long time, and they're like preaching to the choir, but we have new people come in. And they start posting all these links to Alex Jones and all that stuff, and then my own chatters start like thumping them over the head or something, or that kind of idea. It's like, what the hell is wrong with everybody? We have people that are newly awake. They're asking questions. They have taken the Alex Jones gateway drug. Let's get them out of there and stop being mean to these people. It's like, it just seems like, the people that have already got it seem to have a problem with people that ain't got it quite yet. And they come in, I've seen it many times in my own chat room. We'll get somebody new come in. They're just starting to get it. They just discover the station. They come in. Of course, they're trying to teach everybody something that we don't all, that we all are well aware of. And then everybody in the chat room just like goes at them like piranhas. That is not a way to wake people up. That is not a way to get them out of bed. Because, like I said, again and again today, it's all well and good to be awake, but until you get out of bed, you're not actually doing anything.
It's hard to get out of bed sometimes. Right? Look, what we're doing right here, and what you're doing here on the radio station at freedomslips.com, what we're doing at EFR, there's all of these alternative radio and news outlets that they're springing up constantly, and they're opposing the status quo. And the status quo is reeling because of the I don't think the economy is getting ready to collapse, because I don't think the U.S. dollar has been quite overinflated yet. Interestingly, other currencies are collapsing before the Federal Reserve note. And the reason why is because the FRN is being spent on war materials, and there's always sellers, okay? They're willing to take worthless paper money to drop their bombs, right? Because they still can convert this paper money into something else, all right? But the Federal Reserve note it's at the point of collapse. It's just about there.
Well, and the very volatile oil dollar right now.
Oh, jeez, yeah. Dealing with the markets lately, dealing with that, I've actually been paying attention to it a lot, and it's like you look at it, and it's hilarious because they're talking about cutting here, adding there, like it's something that is able to have that. And it's pretty much they're trying to put, water in a bucket that has a hole in it, and they just keep poking holes in it, and they can't seem to figure out why it's leaking.
The way that I think it is, from everything that I've tried to do to understand the economy, looking at Zero Hedge, et cetera, listening to Via the Guerrilla Economist and guys like Bill Still and all these different sources, is that because America in the trifecta system of Vatican, City of London, Washington, D.C. is the police state. It is the military branch. It is the strong arm of the one world government, is that as long as the financial district will continue to feed the United States credit rating, which is the real money. It's the credit rating. It's not about the dollar and how much of it you have. It's our credit rating.
Confidence game. That's a confidence game.
Precisely. As long as we're willing to, for our attack dogs to sick who the New World Order orders them, because that's their orders to us in the New World, to attack and to destroy, who are the ones that are dissenters to joining the club, whether they're good guys or bad guys. It doesn't matter. The point is, you're either with the New World Order or against it. You could be a different kind of evil. There are evils that fight each other. Not all evils are in agreement, other than on a base level of certain things that they know would tank both of them. Right. Sorry, I'm wrapping it up. Is just that the money will continue to flow in a way that keeps our morale going, and some people like myself will be cast to the wayside because we are not important on the chessboard.
Oh yeah, Pawns in the Game. That's an excellent book, Pawns in the Game. I think it's free online. That's William Guy Carr, Pawns in the Game, one of the best books on international finance and conspiracy ever written. Really one of the best. Really one of the best ever. Yeah. And I'll search for it. There should be a free version of it online. But we're talking about people who have no scruples whatsoever. It's really a mafia. So what we're seeing is every country on the face of the earth, with a couple of exceptions, and only a couple of exceptions, where the leadership of the country is so totally corrupt and cynical that they're actually willing to sacrifice their own people for this Orwellian staged warfare that's going on constantly and will never end unless people simply say, enough, I'm not going to war. And this is why I'm in this, because I'm a Vietnam veteran, and I realized while I was there that we had no intention of winning the war. Okay, I understood that this was just a money-making proposition. And then when I got home, I had all these Jewish college professors who were preaching communism, openly preaching communism. And I said, oh, wait a minute, I thought I was fighting communism. Now I'm coming back to America, and these professors are preaching communism. What the hell is going on here? Okay, and that's when I got into Zionism, and the connection between communism and Zionism, and the Talmudic religion, and how all of this ties together with the Federal Reserve Bank and the House of Rothschild, Bank of England. Because they're the ones who finance all of this warfare. I mean, you have to look at the big picture. Millions upon millions upon millions of people are being blown to bits because of this false idea of democracy. We're there to create democracy. No, we're not. George,
I have to agree.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I have to agree with what you're saying, is because when I was still in high school, that's when the Iraq War started, and it seems like, here I am, I graduated high school in 2004, and we're still at war with an enemy that just keeps moving around. It's like when you're playing checkers with that one guy that, keeps bouncing the checkers back and forth, and we're stuck in this perpetual warfare now in places that, one, we should never have had to go to in the first place, and that's my opinion. And right. Two, it seems like we're going there to give these people democracy, And the second we step out the door, they're slamming their own foots in it. And it's, it's like trying to help the guy that's been bashing himself in the head with a baseball bat. And, I have to quote a friend of mine with this line. And, sometimes I think we just need to take the warning labels off of things. Let them just destroy themselves. That's my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, if it would work out that way, I think what Steve was saying, we're in a situation where occasionally the big boys fight against each other. So it's like Mothra versus Godzilla, right? And if we're lucky, we can stay out of the way while Mothra and Godzilla are fighting each other. But that's not true of Syria. It's not true of Iraq. It's not true of Libya. It's not true of Ukraine. It's not true of almost the entire third world. They're caught between a rock and a hard place, and it's called democracy. That word has created more death and destruction than any other word. More death and destruction than Nazism and even communism, at least lately. In fact, democracy has taken the place of communism in creating death and destruction worldwide. It's a ruse. It's a total ruse. It's a game they're playing with our minds. So they're telling us, well, we're there to create democracy. Trust us, it'll happen soon, right? I have to laugh.
Yeah, it's always soon.
Yeah, right.
It's like holding a carrot in front of the donkey to get him to
right.
walk towards it.
That's right. And the donkey is killing people as it treads down the highway.
Pretty much.
It amazes me how few people are able to see it. Even with this movie like The Matrix, you'd think they'd be able to see it, but that doesn't tell the whole story, right? It's just okay, you're being lied to. Well, who are the big liars, And again, follow the money. Always wind up at who's financing the war. And here's the proof that the media is utterly untrustworthy. They never talk about the bankers who are becoming rich off the wars. General Smedley Butler, in his book, said this: I work for bankers. I'm simply the strong arm man for the bankers and the corporations. It's not a left wing or a right wing proposition. Whether you're a left winger and say it's the corporations, or if you're a right winger, quote unquote anti-Semite, and say it's the Jews, it's Jewish owned corporations and a bunch of non-Jewish owned corporations as well that are dictating our thinking, our actions, our sex lives, everything through the boob tube.
And just about every bank, and especially banks that are part of the Federal Reserve Board, those are the I never like to use, when I point these facts out, using the word Jewish, because not all Jews are in the conspiracy. Otherwise, it would barely be a conspiracy, right? Because there's millions of them, and I am friends with some of them, and I love them to death. But the Zionists are running the banks, and then those corporations that are not run, quote unquote, by the Zionists, they are on banks' payrolls. They wouldn't have capital to invest in anything if they weren't, getting financed by said banks. And also, we also have to look at, which you can't really look at because it's not really public information, is their interlocking board of directors, the controlling shareholders.
Right. That's why I refer
corporations.
Yeah, that's why I refer to it as the military-industrial media. You can string a pharmakia, right? It's all one big corporation now. All right, it's all dictatorial central control, and they control the governments too. So this is why the left wingers who are constantly pointing at the corporations, I say, wait a minute, your governments are totally controlled by these same corporations. You expect them to solve the problem?
I mean, the only left winger that gets close in an argument is Bernie Sanders, but he only mentions freaking, Goldman Sachs. Like, it's the only
Right. Okay, what? Right. Yeah, right.
It's just like, can you